Hello, gamers. What is up? Today is Summer Games Fest, the start of Summer Games Fest, anyway. It's a whole weekend long event. How is everyone doing? Just checking to make sure that my audio is good. Hopefully, it is. Aside from that, I hope everyone is pumped for today because it's going to be a very interesting day, to say the least. Hello, Ian. Crossing my fingers for a Fantasian Switch reveal. I think that's actually going to happen today. I think that's actually very possible that we're going to get a Fantasian Switch port. It leaked on Steam database a while ago, and Midori seems to have confirmed that it is coming. So, yeah, that's exciting. I wouldn't mind a Sakaguchi HD collection for all platforms. Midnight Sapphire, do you know what I would do for a Sakaguchi HD collection for all platforms? Do you know what I would do if that got announced? I would be like, I would like run out of the room screaming. You guys like wouldn't be able to control me. That's like, that's like a pipe dream that I've had for a while now. And it could be possible, right? With Fantasian coming to all platforms, allegedly, that's what the current rumor is. It's really possible that maybe that will happen. I don't know. Um, but yeah, did I just wake up? Do I sound like I just woke? Do I look like it? No, I've been awake for a while. I did sleep in a little bit today though. Lost Odyssey, Fantasian, Last Story on Switch. I'll raise it for you. Lost Odyssey, Fantasian, and The Last Story on Steam Deck. Even better. Even better. I hope we get more than a bunch of FPS and battle arena games. Yeah. 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 Fuck yeah. But that I mean that's probably it's probably gonna be more along those lines. Like that Concord game from the last state of play got roasted on social media. And I went back and I was looking at it, and when I kind of was, because we were fooling around with internet stuff, but like when I was looking at it first time around, I thought it was cool looking, and then like my excitement for it immediately dropped whenever they went into gameplay, and it was just another like Overwatch looking clone. And I was immediately like, nope, I don't want it. I don't want it anymore. I'm good. I'm good. It's really weird because they advertise these multiplayer games with like single player esque cinematics. And I'm just like, why are you baiting me? You know I don't want this. Like, what are you doing? So I mean, it just looked like it was gonna be something. It looked like a very Guardians of the Galaxy esque game, and then it just wasn't. Squally Way, thank you for the tier one. How you doing? Kid Icarus Uprising for Switch remaster? That would be dope. Michelle, how you doing? Maki, what do the latest rumors say haven't kept up? I don't know. Do we actually even have rumors for this Summer Games Fest? I feel like there's no rumors. Like I feel like there's no rumors at all. This is like the most rumorless Summer Games Fest, like E3 type event ever, dude. A new Sakaguchi title would be dope too. He did reveal on Twitter a few months back he was working on a new scenario. He did, and I think it would be really interesting if it came to platforms that weren't obscure with regards to his audience, right? So not on like Xbox or like Apple Arcade and all that other stuff. I don't think has Sakaguchi ever worked on like a day one multi-platform title ever? in like his entire career. I think like his entire career has been dedicated to a platform exclusive. I mean, obviously the games he's worked on have been ported, but like when he's the one working on them, it's always like a single console. Yeah, it's always like that. And now to be fair to Sakaguchi though, the reason it's always like that is because he always gets a good deal with the platform holder. You know, in the case of Fantasian with Apple, you know, Apple pretty much funded the entire development of that game for him. So if you were in Sakaguchi's situation, you know, you could choose to get the game funded basically for free. You'd probably go with Apple too. Like if that was your decision. I mean, I would, right? Concord first minutes, great single player shooter game. Then devs killed it with the phrase 5v5. Yeah, that's when I lost it, right? That's when I was like, that's when I noped out of that. I was like, oh, this is gonna be like a you know like a single player shooter, which we really don't have anymore. We really don't have anymore. JN, hello. Showing off the biceps today. I don't know. I feel like I look really skinny actually from this angle. It makes me look kind of bony because the way the camera is like angled down and then the perspective makes me look skinnier. I am kind of skinny right now. I'm like 13% body fat at the moment, so I'm not I'm not big at the moment, but I'm back on, we'll say, a mass gaining phase. I wouldn't quite call it a bulk because I'm not eating like that crazy, but I am eating hefty, we'll say. Heftier with regards to how I eat right now, which is actually kind of ridiculous because I was looking at like my calories the other night and I was like, there's no way I'll be able to gain weight. More protein? No. I ate enough protein. You know how much protein I ate yesterday? I ate 250 grams of protein. 250. And I still, even after eating 250 grams, I still actually didn't end up getting like the amount of calories I probably needed to even gain like any weight for that day. But the reason is because once I start learning how to eat clean and stuff and I stop eating like unhealthy, like it kind of changed the my appetite and the things that I eat. So I eat so much chicken now. And because I eat so much chicken and there's no calories really in chicken, I end up eating like this absurd amount of protein by the end of the day. And then my calories will be like, I'll have like 1,700 calories or like 1,800 calories by the end of the day. And I'm like, oh, but I spent the whole day eating, but I still have like, anyway, that's bodybuilder stuff. We're here to talk about gaming. Um, there was something I saw. Someone had mentioned FF16 on PC. I think that seeing that here at this show is a real possibility for whoever mentioned that. I'm pretty sure that's possibly. But actually Square Enix, I don't know if the Square Enix is like even a partner for this event. But they're there. They're there because they have Kingdom Hearts there. But I don't think that they're like officially listed because their presence is pretty small this year, to my understanding. Something like that. Did you tell the lady that made the Moogle to make an Etsy yet? I need that Moogle to make me sleep. I have not told her. But I was talking actually to my girlfriend about it, about like what you guys were saying about the Moogle and how everyone on stream wants to buy one. So next time we see her, I am definitely telling her about the Moogle. I'm telling her about the Moogle, and I'm like, hey, You make the Moogles. I will promote them. I'll put them I'll literally put them on my stream and I'll tweet about them. And I'm telling you, people will buy those Moogles. I think she'll be pretty pleased. Do you think we'll get a PS showcase at all this year? It's not looking like it, right? If we do, it'll be in the fall or winter to try to maybe boost PS5 sales going into Christmas, but like I do kind of feel like this has been a weak year for the industry. This is where people start listing out to me every single game that came out this year. Yes, I know. Like a Dragon 8 came out, Persona 3 Reload came out, Metaphor is coming out, Rebirth came out. Every time you say that, people start listing the games that came out. My brother, all first of all, like 90% of the games they're listing came out in Q1. And then there's like you know, I don't think that like when you factor in double A games, indie games, a lot of smaller games, yeah, there's definitely always like good stuff coming out, but like when you look at triple A this year and like what's coming out on the triple A side of things, this sucks, right? Like there's nothing major like triple A happening at the moment. Like think about the types of games that normally win game of the year, right? Do we even have like cuz it's normally like 6 nominees or at least last year it was 6 nominees for game of the year. Looking at like everything that's happening here like in 2024, do we even have 6 clear nominees for game of the year, right? I don't think that we do necessarily. And I mean, yes, you could put some of the higher rated games in there, like that aren't necessarily the types to actually win it, like a Dragon 8 or something like that. But like in terms of the games that normally the sort of like AAA big scope games that normally get nominated for game of the year, there's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. There's maybe Dragon's Dogma 2, although I feel that a lot of people might even dispute that one because a lot of people weren't necessarily happy with DD2. Yeah, maybe Helldivers, right? And normally big multiplayer games aren't nominated, but like sometimes they are, like Overwatch, right? Like Overwatch won game of the year. But I don't know, dude. Like legitimately speaking, I don't know what game of the year nominees for 2024 is like really gonna look like. Yeah, probably Tekken 8, probably Rebirth, Tekken 8, and maybe Metaphor, Helldivers 2, I think. But as you can see, I guess the point that I'm ultimately trying to make here is that this is not like a competitive year like last year, or honestly even the year before it. And like for AAA, it's a very dry year. It's a very dry year for AAA. I don't think Hades 2 can be nominated because it's early access. So I think Hades 2 would actually have to be nominated next year for Game of the Year. And then Elden Ring, Shadow of the Earth Tree can't win because it's a DLC. Yeah, I mean, I think that Rebirth or Helldivers 2 will be Game of the Year for sure. Um, and honestly, if I'm being really real, Helldivers 2 has kind of a strong possibility of taking it over Rebirth, right? Now, I mean, single player RPGs with a big scope do tend to win over something like a multiplayer game at a Game of the Year awards. But that being said, I think that Helldivers 2 has performed like so crazy. Yeah. I don't know. I could definitely win. It's my favorite like track from like Stellar Blade. Oh man, I don't even know. I feel like IDOS 7 is like everyone's, but Everglow. I don't even know if that one counts because that's kind of like the big main theme. I do love Stellar Blade's OST though. Elden Ring will win Game of the Year most. I don't think it will even be nominated as a DLC. I do think it'll be funny that like because people were pointing out that like one of the Witcher expansions, I think it was Blood and Wine, got nominated and it won Best RPG for a year. And I do think it would be very funny if it got nominated for Best RPG and then won that, but then beat Rebirth won Game of the Year. And so it'd be like the first time that like a game lost its own sub genre category or its own genre category, but then won the Game of the Year. That would also be a very fascinating fascinating anomaly. Craig, what's up? Are you ready to watch Key 3? uh I'm calling it that now from now on. Key 3. Yes, I'm ready. I think it can be nominated because it's a really big DLC. I don't think I've ever seen a DLC actually get nominated for specifically Game of the Year, right? But I would be impressed if it was. And I'd be really mad if I was Square Enix in the nomination. There was a nomination for the Elden Ring DLC because that would definitely that definitely hurt. And I also think too, you know, what the hell was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say. How many copies do you think Metaphor will sell? At least a million. At least a million. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say now. I was going to say that the situation with the industry, I feel like will reach a head when, if and when Rebirth does win Game of the Year, and it's still kind of out there that the game hadn't really made its money back yet, or is still not hasn't reached a good point in sales. That a game that wins Game of the Year, you know, very prestigious award, can basically not be financially successful. That's kind of the industry self-reporting, right? At that point, I think that it would require a complete reassessment of what we're doing. I think we already are in need of a complete assessment of what we're doing. But I think that it would be really telling if the game that wins Game of the Year is like not financially successful. I think Metaphor will sell 2 million first year at least. I can see it. I can see it. Nintendo saw this coming. That's why they refused to chase graphics. Yeah, for sure. I mean, chasing graphics, it definitely has its diminishing returns. And so you can only get so far before graphics don't really matter that much to people anymore. And I think we hit that with like mid to late PS4. I think with PS4 we hit a point where it was just like, do games really need to look that much better than this? Does it really matter that much? Now I understand there are some console bros out there, um, and it's honestly not just Sony bros. It's honestly X bros too. It's really just the big, you know, the Microsoft and Sony guys who will be like, no, 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 we need more aggressive AAA. We need, we can sustain this. We do need better graphics. I can tell the difference, between this and that and like whatever, right? But for the most part, people who aren't knee deep into drinking the Kool-Aid of console war stuff, um, PC bros too. I mean, not necessarily. Because for PC bros, it would benefit us quite a lot. I think it'd be great if we slowed down the aggressiveness on like as a PC guy. Because as a PC guy, what you'd basically be telling me is that I could have like a 4000 series graphics card, and you'd be saying that like, oh, your 4000 series graphics card's gonna be good for like the next like 12 years or something like that. I'd be like, sweet. I'm not buying, anything else for a while. My Steam Deck is gonna keep going for a while too. Honestly, a lot of these games do run on lower fidelity on older graphics card. That's why Steam Deck continues to run so many games. Because a 1060, aren't PC bros the ones looking for graphics the most? Console players just want a decent experience that's not expensive. You will never find, ironically, I think you'll never find two PC bros arguing about graphics. I guarantee you the people you'll find arguing about graphics will be a PS5 guy and an Xbox guy. It will not be a PC guy, which is ironic because the PC guy has spent more money, tremendously more, usually. But I guarantee you, go look at any graphics thread. If anything, the PC guy is laughing because they have to choose between graphics and frame rate. But you have to remember, most PC people just like the PC environment. If anything, I get mad. I can't sacrifice graphics for frame rate. Exactly, right? Yeah. PC will get affected by this too. If there's no graphically intensive games, there's no reason to own a PC. There is a reason to own a PC. It's called work and school and entertainment and streaming and browsing the web. Actually, I'd argue that if games aren't getting graphically intensive, there's no reason to own a console, right? Because a console is the way to excessively play uh, graphically intensive games, right? But if we're not progressing graphically, then you can have a $150 dated graphics card, um, you know, and play games on it. So actually, I would turn that argument around and I'd say, what's the point of buying a $500 box specifically for gaming if an $800 PC is also running the game that you also use for work and school and for streaming and editing videos, etc. So, um, that's not true. Most people will make the PC versus console argument. Really, it just comes down to preference. That's just all it is. Um, but it's also the flexibility PC allows me to choose my own input methods, mods, performance. Yeah, I mean, that's why I prefer PC, personally. That's why PC rules for me over console, is what you said. Input methods, mods, and performance. That's what I personally care about. Like just the fact that I have a choice on like which controller I want to use is like a reason I use PC. I can use a PlayStation controller, an Xbox controller, mouse and keyboard. I mean that alone for me is like kind of a big reason. And then like you said, mods too. Mods are also a huge reason. Um, just that ability to just tweak the most minute things that I want to, and really have a custom experience. So, um, but yeah, I'm not console shaming. I think consoles are still a good value, but I think a lot of gamers do have a lot of wrong ideas about PC and why many people play on PC. I still own I still own consoles. Obviously my PS5's right here. Fire Pro, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Can't wait for the 100K special, man. Hope you reach it soon. W content. Thank you so much, Scarzio. I appreciate that. I only have PS5 because of the exclusive games and the comfort of couch/bed. PC is hard to sit up in a relaxed position. That's fair. That's fair. There are ways to connect it to your TV, but yeah, it can get kind of complicated for some people to set those things up. So I understand. Physical media on consoles is dying too, though. More and more games, the disc is just a glorified DRM. Companies like Square provide you multiple discs with the full game on it is getting increasingly less common. Yeah. Uh, the real game ownership. If you really want to own games, IMO. Well, the people that we need to be talking to are not even the publishers, right? The people we need to be talking to are like representatives. We need to be talking to lawmakers and not to anyone else. Because lawmakers are the ones who are actually going to get to decide this. And what am I talking about? I am talking about you should be able to own DRM-free versions of your game. Or, at the very least, I believe that if you purchase a game digitally, and that game does have DRM on it, if the company is no longer able to provide the DRM or to provide the game or service, they have to release the DRM on the game. That's what I believe should be law. So let's suppose there is a game, right? Let's just take an arbitrary game. Let's suppose you own Chrono Trigger Remake, right? And Square Enix says, "Oh no, we released that by accident. The world was not meant to have that much based. We want to take it back. Delete the license." Okay. Well, then I believe the law should be set up so that if they decide to do that, the DRM that is on the digital purchase releases, and you're able to back that copy up DRM free. I believe that is the thing that should happen. Now, if it was really what I wanted to happen fully, what I really want to happen would be there's just no DRM day one period. There's already a digital store that does that, and it's GOG, right? So, for example, if I own Baldur's Gate 3 on GOG, I can install it on my computer. I can make, 20 copies on 20 different Blu-rays of my game, right? If I want to, I can log in my GOG account on my friend's PC and install it on their computer and then log out and they can unplug their internet and they can still run it. Why? Because there's no DRM. Digital will never be true ownership. I just described to you something that is way more true ownership than what physical offers, right? Let's suppose you own physical Baldur's Gate 3 and I own GOG Baldur's Gate 3. I can install Baldur's Gate 3 on 20 computers that can run Baldur's Gate 3 simultaneously. Can you do that with your physical disc of Baldur's Gate 3? You can. I can make 1,000,000,000,000 copies of Baldur's Gate 3, my copy from GOG. Each one of them could be put into a computer and work. Which one of us owns Baldur's Gate 3? You or me? You because you own a little disc, or me who's able to have it DRM free and can copy it to as many computers as I want to? Which one of those two things sounds like actual ownership of the video game? That's on PC though? Yes, that's true. But that's what I'm saying. That's how it should work in general. And I think that on console, the better workaround, because they probably will never get rid of DRM fully, would just be that whenever they can no longer provide the game or service, they should release the DRM. BG3 is DRM free on Steam too? Really? What the fuck? That's awesome. I didn't know that. Yeah, GOG is good. Basically, all I'm saying is that every other store should just become GOG. It already, it already, it already exists. He can also copy the disc. You can copy the disc on console, but it will not work. It will not work if you do that. So, like I said, DRM-free digital is ownership. Way more than physical or traditional digital ever could be. Because again, you know, you still don't own the game when you do that. You own a key. But you're not allowed to copy it. You're not allowed to install it on as many machines as you like. You can't back it up. You know, if I could snap your disk in half, I don't think you can snap my hard drive in half, and then I can go re-download it on GOG, and I can install it to as many computers. You can snap 20 of my backups in half, and I can go grab the 21st. I think that is what ownership should look like. Hell, you could even infinitely sell your installation of Baldur's Gate 3. Technically, yeah, it's illegal, but you could. You could. But I'm saying that's how actual game ownership should work. And it should be protected by laws. And we already have that in place with GOG, but we should expand that into legal protections for consumers. Because everything else is kind of beside the point, right? Like, there's a lot of, I mean, people are making digital purchases every day, right? And I think, what if someone hacks your account? It doesn't matter. You're still not understanding, Kane. Even if someone hacks my account, they can't take the game from me because I own backups. Do you see this? Like, the game's already installed. What if GOG went under and shut down? then you can back up all your games. How are you guys not understanding this? You can literally make a physical copy. You can make as many physical copies of the game as you want. You like physical? Well, with GOG, you can fucking make a physical copy. Can you make a physical copy with your current physical copy? You can't. You can launch, yeah, you can launch GOG games without being logged into GOG. People are so used to DRM, they don't understand what DRM free even actually means. Holy fuck. Can't they change the password? Oh my fucking god. It does not matter if they change the pass. That's the point. If you have the game. The only way you could be locked out is if they steal the game, I guess, that you don't have backed up or downloaded. But I guess they could also steal your disc. But at least with GOG, you can make a backup of all the games on a physical copy, right? Um, yeah. DRM free means I can make as many copies of the game, launch it from anywhere, launch it without being logged in. Yeah. But see, this is yeah, it does kind of reveal the problem, right? We're that used to DRM, the actual enemy. And I think that a lot of people are making it like physical versus digital. It's not physical versus digital. It's DRM versus not. That's what actually determines game preservation. Not physical, not digital. It's a company's ability to own your license and verify it versus you being able to say, hey, I purchased this legally. I own this game permanently. And not having the legal structure in place to allow that. When does the show actually start? Starts in an hour, in 54 minutes. You kind of came with someone breaking in and destroying the disk. What stops someone deleting your account, breaking your hard drives, deleting everything you have on cloud or not? Yeah, I mean technically you can, right? Like if someone's like really out to not make you have the game, they can break all 21 copies of your backup disk. Yeah. So is all GOG DRM free? I sometimes call it GOG. I don't know if it's actually called GOG. But yes, it's all DRM free. That's why I believe in GOG a lot. So, anyway, physical versus digital is a psyop, is what I'm trying to say. People shouldn't even be arguing physical versus digital. There's only one issue, and that is the fact that companies are putting DRM on things. Um, in order to force you to I mean that's where ownership is really going, right? You know, currently there's not too many discs where they can actually lock you out, but it wouldn't be impossible for them to implement such a thing. But I'm not even worried about that, honestly, like necessarily, because let's just be honest. ROMs and emulation are always going to take up the slack for that, and that's where video game preservation is actually going to be done. It's not legal in a lot of cases because of how people acquire, you know, some of those games. But at the same time, you know, you can't buy, sell, trade slash collect God copies. I mean, if resale value is like truly like the big thing that you care about, then sure. But like personally, resale value. Okay. So the thing about resale value is that one, if resale value goes up, it's because other people can't access the game, right? It's supply and demand. So someone will say, "Oh, well, I'm glad I don't buy digital because now this game is worth $300 or $400." But what you're also saying is that there's a lot of people who want to access this game and they can't do it. And I empathize more with the people who want to access the game but can't than I do the guy who was fortunate enough to archive it and then try to, extort as much money out of it as possible, right? Because you look at some like classic games and like what people charge for them. Um, and so, yeah, ultimately, if we went to a digital future, all digital future, uh, collecting is something that would probably go away, and doing resale copies is probably something that would definitely not be a thing anymore. But you know, scapping for resale is an argument against preservation. Yeah, yeah, it is. How old am I? 32. That being said, I'm not saying that physical should necessarily go away. I'm just saying that if we're talking about preservation and being able to own your games, then the argument there is not physical or digital. It's why do companies own our access to games? Why do they own DRM? Like why do they have you know the possession of DRM, which is I'm okay with paying for older digital games if companies are willing to put them out for people. Yeah, exactly. And like that's another problem too, right? Like I feel like there shouldn't really be a reason for you know so many classic games to not be locked out. But again, that's why emulation is always going to continue to be a thing, because if you actually want to talk about preservation, emulation is the thing that's actually doing that. Like let's just be blunt. Like let's just be completely real. Because there's only so many physical copies, and even with when it comes to digital sales, some of the licensing will never exist again. And yeah, and so that just becomes the only way for a majority audience to play certain games. So yeah, DRM is the real enemy. Physical versus digital stuff is an illusion. Um, Pay more attention to that, and yeah, we should have laws that regulate DRM. Hello, dude, my guy. What's up? One of my favorite games ever, older FPS story games, was No One Lives Forever, and there's no way to play it now without physical because who knows, nobody knows who owns the right to even distribute it digitally, and that should just never be a thing that's a problem. Yeah, I hate stuff like that. Oh yeah, DRM can affect game performance. Yeah, it can like tank a video game's performance. It's why people hate what's it called, de novo, because it'll actually tank a video game's performance just to constantly check in the background that the game's not being pirated. Will Summer Games Fest be any good this year? Expectation lowest in years. I think this is the lowest expectations ever for an event like this. And the reason I think it's the lowest expectations ever for an event like this is because this is not a hot year for the industry, because we are starting to see some of the unsustainability, in my opinion, of AAA. And I also think on top of that, we had a lot of games pushed into 2021 through 2023 because of COVID. And so COVID delays ended up shifting everything over by quite a bit. And I think that AAA also too is just having a problem where AAA games take 5 to 7 years to develop. Did you guys know that AAA games take so long to develop now that if you don't start developing a game at the start of PS5's life cycle, basically almost before PS5 comes out, you have to be working on the game. Otherwise, the game cannot release. Like it'll have to be a PS6 game. Think about the consequence of that. JRPGs are fine as is. Okay, well then Google Final Fantasy sales and see what and see what happens. Japanese devs make AAA games too, you know. Um, but yeah, JRPGs, like a lot of JRPGs are double A for sure, and they'll be fine. Falcom will be fine. Atlas will be fine. Yeah. Capcom's been really good at navigating it too. I don't think that this is like, I don't think a lot of people are saying it more like Western devs versus Eastern devs, and anyone who knows me knows I don't really subscribe to West versus East stuff. In fact, I hate it. But it is true that devs in Japan do tend to make more double A games because they tend to be making games more so for their domestic market rather than having to rely on the global market to have to sell like a trillion copies. So yeah, a lot of Japanese developers do not need to have the same sort of extraordinary sales that a lot of AAA Western devs do, but I don't see that as like an Eastern versus Western thing. I just see that as like a AAA is unsustainable thing, and a lot of AAA developers, even if they're Japanese, are still very much, looking at the numbers and are wondering, how much AAA is worth it. Vast majority of Western devs chase AAA. That is true. And, you know, it's worked for a lot of people. But the thing is that the divide is getting wider, right? And so, and it's kind of funny too, because we think of AAA as Western, um, but really Japan invented AAA, which is what makes this equation even funnier when you actually think about it. Because the first AAA game, most video game historians attribute that to Final Fantasy VII, right? So West versus East should be replaced with AAA versus AA. Right, exactly. Hades isn't Japanese, for example, but I guarantee you that Hades 2 will be an amazing success. and it will sell a trillion copies, but it won't have needed to in order to make to break even like most AAA games do. You know, a lot of times, internet discourse will manifest at like the top layer, right? And people will see two things, like we were just talking about with physical versus digital, and they'll only see like the top layer of it, and they won't. You start digging beneath the top layer, and then you actually realize that the two things that are actually being pit against each other really aren't the two things that should be pit against each other. Like when people normally are like, LOL, Western Dev, or East versus West, or any of that type of bait. Um, uh, just never necessary, in my opinion. Rainbow Sparkles, hello. Square will be fine as long as FF14 keeps going strong, I think. That game is Square's bread and butter now. Yeah, it's pretty regular. Um, Pretty regular source of income for them. Hey, I know this isn't necessarily related to the game industry, but I know you were a fan of Togashi until I followed his account. Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of Hunter x Hunter. Big fan of Yu Yu Hakusho, two of like the greatest anime and manga of all time. Love Togashi. We fixed AAA by killing the very idea of AAA. AAA means games keep getting bigger and more graphically intensive infinitely. That means price will keep going up. Yeah. I mean that's really all it is. I think that a lot of games though, they find success in AAA and they are continuing to grow. So I don't know if we outright kill AAA, but we kind of denormalize it, right? Like AAA should no longer be the standard of video game. Right now, AAA defines the standard. It's what we think of when we think of like the latest, greatest games. And so I think the question may not be just, how do we kill AAA? But I think it might be more like, how do we make it so that, you know, it's okay that like The Witcher 4 comes out and that's AAA, but like maybe like Final Fantasy 17 doesn't need to be, or something like that. That's very arbitrary example that I'm using there. Um, but that's just to paint the picture that like, okay, well maybe those games that are selling like 50 million copies, if they can actually sustain that, you know, let's not stop them. But for everybody else, for everyone who doesn't, you know, sell 50 million copies like a CD Projekt Red does, can they make a double A game? Can they make something that looks like a Persona or a Tales game and it do okay? And people not look down on it, right? That's tough because I actually don't know how we shift over to that. AAA doesn't even reach the scope of AA RPGs 50 to 80 hours. Look at Final Fantasy VII Remake. It takes 3 games to remake one PS1 classic. Well, in fairness, FF7 OG was the first AAA game, which is what we were talking about right now. But I do think that there is a point there that needs to be made, and that is that remaking a AAA game from 1997 now requires 3 whole 50 to 80 hour plus games added together for it to remotely have the same scope. I think FF7 is like the perfect uh what is it, microcosm, is that the right word, of like AAA. Subtext, thank you for the tier 1, bro. How you doing? Knack 3. But yeah, I think that FF7 OG versus FF7 remake trilogy really highlights the ballooning of AAA, right? Because FF7 OG was an insanely expensive game. Insanely expensive. Used up all of Japan's CG resources at the time. Most expensive video game ever made when it launched, right? Unheard of spending to make OG Final Fantasy VII. And then, and then after that, we tried to remake Final Fantasy VII. And to remake Final Fantasy VII, we need 3 games to cover all of that same territory and build it to 1-to-1 scale and to match AAA expectations, right? Now, yes, you could remake Final Fantasy VII now as a AA game. Way cheaper probably, and it would still probably do pretty well. But to remake it as what the current standard of AAA is, yeah, you need 3 games. And they need to be made at 1-to-1 scale because AAA doesn't do the chibi style. It doesn't do a man walking around a big overworld map. It doesn't do any of those things. And so, yeah, dude. This is not double A chat. We need to amp it up. Quadruple A, the Bouncer remake incoming. Open world Bouncer. None of us are talking about the most incredible AAA game to come out that started at the start of this generation, Bug Snacks. And that's true. That's true. And as a matter of fact, no AAA game thus far has managed to surpass Bug Snacks. It's crazy. Maybe the real Final Fantasy VII remake was the remakes we made along the way. I do think it's interesting, and I said this in a video too, to touch on your point, Manamore, is that I think that it would flip the entire industry upside down, especially Square Enix. I think if Final Fantasy IX remake outsold Final Fantasy VII remake. I think, or not even Final Fantasy VII remake. If Final Fantasy IX remake just at least outsells Rebirth, I think that would be enough to have to reevaluate, like, everything, right? We don't know how much Rebirth has sold. I would say that Rebirth has sold like 3 million, if I had to guess. But if Final Fantasy IX remake comes out and sells 3 million, and they remade it without spending as much money as Final Fantasy VII remake or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, sorry. Like, I mean, what do you do? That would flip everything on its head. I'm not saying that I necessarily think that'll happen. Because truthfully, I don't know yet. I don't really have a good read on it because the game's not announced yet. We haven't seen it, and I don't know what the hype is like for it. I might have a better feel for it when we get closer to release. I actually had a scary good read on Rebirth, actually, because I was predicting 2 to 2.5 million at launch before it came out, and we don't have the exact numbers at this point, but it would seem that that was exactly correct. Because if it was 3 million, they would have announced. If it was 3 million at launch, they would have announced those numbers. So honestly, I feel like the Xenoblade game should have provided Square Enix a template for ambitious JRPGs in the vein they go for without needing to look and cost what modern FF does. Yeah, yeah, for sure. It's funny too that I always think that Xenoblade 1 was originally just going to be a game that was domestic to Japan. They weren't going to localize that. And so, because it's insane thinking about how big the scope of that game was and that they just weren't going to sell it at all in the West. which is crazy to think about. But that tells me that when they were making Xenoblade Chronicles on Wii, they were probably incredibly cost efficient, and they had done the cost analysis, and they were like, yeah, we can just release this game in Japan, and it'll probably do okay enough for us to make money. So that's up. Nico, what's up, man? I hope they put the love and care in the last part of Final Fantasy VII Remake because I enjoyed it to this point. As for 9, I'm praying hard it's true. I don't care if it's anime stylized graphics or not. I think they will. I think they will. And I mentioned in the video that, like, I mean, for Square to drop the ball with Part 3 would be like, would be like, it would be over for them because they would take damage that they would take brand damage, which is actually worse than it's worse than losing money because you can't buy brand. There are companies that put billions of dollars into brand and have nothing to fucking show for it. You can't purchase brand. You know, you can really only earn it. And so if they fumbled Part 3, it would be so over for them. Like, it would be over, dude. Like, if they, like, budget cut, like, the crap out of Part 3 and it was janky and, like, it wasn't good, like, it would be over for Square. Like, I cannot stress that enough. The faith that the fans, their core audience, would have in them would be done. Like, it would be something they could not recover from. That isn't true about Xenoblade 1. It was always going to head west because of Nintendo. Nintendo Europe. If Europe wanted to, it just wasn't going to release in America. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. But that still would have been really dumb because you would have already had an English localization from Nintendo of Europe. And oh, did the pre-show start? Okay, let me take a look. I'll go ahead and put it up. Yeah, it would have been really dumb if they didn't because yeah, why localize something to English and then not release it in all English speaking territories? So, let me crop this. The chat's going crazy. This chat, not you guys. You guys are good. You're all good eggs. Why did Square Enix sign exclusivity contract for their biggest two games? The reason is because with exclusivity contracts, you get a very good deal, and that is all of the risk is going to be on the platform holder and not you. So Jacob Novick mentioned it in his thread, but Sony, let's just say Sony gives you like 100 grand. If you take that 100, or not 100 grand, sorry, 100 million. They give you 100 grand for a AAA game, you can tell them to piss off. Let's suppose they give you 100 million, right? And yes, thank you, Subtext. This is how we actually know how this works now in full. Sony gives you, say, 100 million for the development, right? When money rolls in, you don't have to pay, or you have to pay it back, right? So you have to pay back the 100 million when things roll in. However, if the game doesn't make any money, then you don't owe anything. So all of the risk is completely on the platform holder and not on you. which is a good deal. However, if you don't make back the money that was spent that the platform holder gave you, then you also don't make any money. You're not losing money, but you're also not profiting, right? So it's free money to cover costs. Yeah, exactly. I'm liking your hair curly. Oh, thank you, Zen Rapids. I appreciate that. I feel like a lot of current FF fans forget that FF7 Remake was always a panic button. Like us old heads were in the forums on Facebook groups doing the idea that 7 Remake was going to be Square trying to make some guaranteed money, but somehow that isn't going to be the case. Be it ballooning dev costs or sales not. Yeah, that's actually really funny. Yeah, you're right, Crossy, because we used to have the FF7 Remake panic button. Can we still find the actual meme? Like someone actually made like a meme back in the day, like of it, of like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Oh, I found it. Hold on, I found it. 9 years ago. 9 years ago. Holy crap. And then 9 years ago, they said, I've waited years to use this image. So this image is longer, it's older than a decade. Very classic image. Every boomer in this chat knows about this. Mute it? Is it playing copyrighted music? Okay, I'll mute it. Um, I think when it comes to Rebirth in particular, I think the reason Rebirth didn't do as well as it could have is mostly just predicated on the fact that it's a sequel to a remake sequel. And so, yeah. Because I think the first game did okay, but I think that that also, like, I was also really nervous about the first game too, right? Like when they announced it sold 5 million, and then they went really quiet on it. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but with Final Fantasy 15, like every 6 months we were getting a sales update on Final Fantasy 15, being like, oh my god, it broke this sales record and that sales record. And so then when it didn't happen with 7 Remake, and it sold 7 million, I was like, okay, it took like 4 million to I mean 4 years to finally get those numbers too. Uh, the first game definitely cost less than Rebirth. Um, I think I actually don't know because the first game also had the Cyber Connect 2 stuff. So they may have actually ended up spending more money on remake by the end. I actually can't. I don't know. The budget of Rebirth should be more expensive than remake. That much I agree with you. But I think just due to the Cyber Connect 2 thing, I actually think they ended up spending more on remake incidentally because they had to pull that game back in house and redo a lot of stuff. I don't know about that. The biggest expense really is manpower. They spun for 5 to 6 years, but took 4 years to make. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. I know the open world was not cheap. That's for sure. That much we can say unequivocally is true. What I'm actually more curious is which one was more expensive, like re-trilogy or like I mean each individual re-trilogy game or Final Fantasy 16. That's actually what I find really interesting, right? Like was Rebirth more expensive than 16? Was Remake less expensive than 16? I find that interesting. The story direction for re-trilogy baffles me, like if we ignore personal bias, taste, and whether we think being a resequel is good narratively. From a purely newcomer perspective, it's a weird choice. Why do this new Whisper multiverse stuff for old fans? How is that meant to be accessible and create new stuff? Create new fans of Seven. I mean, I 1,000% agree, and that's actually like one of the biggest reasons that like I was so against it from day one is because I was like, this now creates a situation where, um, again, there are people that argue that you can still start with remake and all that stuff. And I'm not disagreeing necessarily, but it does not create or is not conducive to being welcoming to newcomers, right? Because for newcomers, it is like, oh, there is like this huge barrier now. The earliest post I can find is from Max D posting this 11 years ago on the bad sale. Oh, was the image deleted? But that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. I almost wondered if it was him using that image there. Wow, okay. That's crazy. I didn't know he posted that 11 years ago. But that's also the funny thing though too. Life is just so unpredictable, right? It's just funny that back then we were saying, "Oh, they're going to have no choice. They'll have to remake Final Fantasy VII because there'll be nothing else. There'll be nothing else left." Um FF Sweet 17, a High School Musical. You joke, Ian, but like if they ever did a Final Fantasy like musical, I would be so into it. Maybe not like maybe not a High School Musical, but like if they did like a musical FF, I think that would be like the peak of existence. We would be leaning into like FF's biggest like advantage, right? Good music. A Final Fantasy musical would be the most incredible thing to ever happen in video games. Honestly, I'm surprised we don't have like I mean, I'm not surprised because AAA would never allow it, but we should just have musical games. Games that like all intents and purposes, they are musicals with gameplay. And the boss fights have like musical numbers in them, songs. It'd be the most mind-blowing thing ever. At least I think. If you guys don't like it, you're wrong. But yeah, 1,000 words, no promises to keep. Come on, guys. But that's like the whole game. It would be peak. Yeah, Nomada wanted to do it with Versus 13. Dude, I'm telling you. Image shows up on mobile Reddit, but not desktop. Peak Reddit moment. Their website's pure ass. Yeah, that is very Reddit. But yeah, we've been joking about that for a long time. And so I think it's actually very funny because whenever, we talked about the sales of Final Fantasy and we talked about like, where Square's at financially and all this other stuff, people were still saying, well, I guess they're gonna have to remake Chrono Trigger now, Parasite Eve. And I'm just thinking, dude, they remade Final Fantasy freaking 7. If that's not enough, there's no remake in the world that's gonna like, really pull them out of the hole. What do you think those creative Studio 3 games are? I have a feeling that Sakaguchi may like Yoshi P to do 9 remake, honestly. The other one may be Dragon Quest Builders 3 to tie in the remake of the Erdrick trilogy. I think it's Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster. I think that's what one of them is. And the reason I think it's Tactics Remaster is because they have so much evilly staff. And even recently, Yoshi P made a comment about how he thinks it's time for them to do another Tactics, and Tactics Remastered was confirmed by the Nvidia leak. So if I was a guessing man and I had to guess, I would say that one of them is Tactics Remaster. As for who's handling Final Fantasy IX Remake, I genuinely have no idea. Part of me does think, oh, it wouldn't make sense if it was CVU3, but then I'm not entirely sure that it is. I really don't know. I really don't know who's handling FF9 inside a Square. Team Asano might. I don't know. The reason I say that is because I feel like their other project sounds AAA, right? The way Yoshi P was talking about the other project was like, we're using Final Fantasy 16's technology on it. And I struggle to imagine that that's Final Fantasy 9 remake, especially considering like Midori came out today and said that like it was planned to run on Switch as well. But she doesn't know if it's still going to run on Switch or not. I also think too that what he was talking about really emphasized the idea of new games, right? Like or something new. And so I don't think the other game that they're working on is FF9 remake. So I think it's Tactics. I think it's Tactics. You think FF9 is on Unreal Engine? Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah, it's on Unreal Engine. Big multi-platform game like that, it's on Unreal. Team Asano is swamped at the moment. New Bravely game hinted, helping the Dragon Quest remakes, probably doing another classic remake, Live Alive. Asano is probably pumping out games for Square at the moment. Yeah, I don't know. I'm willing to bet that it's yeah. I honestly don't know who's handling 9 remake internally right now. But I can say that I don't think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think it's CVU3 because I think CVU3 is handling Tactics. But I don't know. But if I had to guess, the the two games are Tactics and something else that I don't know if it's Final Fantasy related or not. But I do know that it's probably AAA-ish. Team Asano also co-developed a lot of games. All of the HD 2D games have been involving another studio co-developed, such as Octopath, being made with Acquire, Triangle Strategy by Studio, Art Dink, Live Alive with Historia, etc. Okay. Yeah. So that would mean that it's CS2 or CS4. It's probably one of those. Which CVU is doing Dragon Quest 12? Probably, I think it's CVU 2. Or CS2 now. I'm still going to call them CBUs for the longest because I can't get used to calling it a CS now. Yeah. Sorry. Allergies. Um and CBU1 is too busy. CBU rolls off the tongue better. It does. CS is like it kind of takes a second. CS2 also got the previous Luminous staff absorbed some year ago. It'll take some time to delegate what such resources they can apply them though. So they are in the starting area of some full production of a new project. Yeah. I wouldn't mind if CBU3 had Final Fantasy 17. I just want them to make it really differently. Really lean into RPG stuff and that sort of thing. I want them to commit fully to the action idea, or and not this halfway stuff, or go back to RPG stuff fully. That's kind of how I feel too. Because I feel like at a macro, like one of the problems is they tried to appeal too much to, or they didn't want to lose the turn-based audience so bad that they kind of nerfed some of the action stuff. And I would have actually preferred it if they were just like, nope, it's an action game 100% of the way, rather than trying to do kind of an awkward compromise. CS2 does Dragon Quest Near. CS3 does 11, 14 Dragon Quest Builders, and 10. I believe Yoshi P was involved in the recent 10 expansion. Or localize it already, you cowards. Yeah, I feel like 10 is just never going to come to the West in any form, unfortunately. I do feel that Rebirth, or that, Retrilogy does have like the perfect, kind of middle ground. But I also feel like too that like I don't think that like the next FF should necessarily copy Retrilogy's combat like exactly. I just think that the next FF should like, I think it should take the basic premise that you hit an enemy and then that charges up a time bar, and then you get to open a command menu and then use those abilities on an enemy, right? I think that should just be like the fundamental principle, and they should do different stuff with it, but I think that that should be like the core mechanic that FF combat revolves around. I think Lightning Returns combat was kind of the evolution of, I mean, 13 trilogy, 7 remake is basically an evolution of command synergy combat. Um the difference is that Retrilogy is a much more fun version of that, because it realized, oh, wouldn't it be more interesting if people were like running around doing a thing instead of waiting for the ATB bar to fill up? And then they also realized, hey, how about instead of paradigms, you just had dedicated characters that played differently, which is like kind of how it should have been in the first place, but yeah. I don't think it's too strange to say we want the ATB action hybrid, given that many of the classics use ATB combat as a foundation. Right. I think that it actually benefits them tremendously to use the ATB system of Retrilogy going forward in some way, because we don't have to argue about if the combat is Final Fantasy enough, right? And this actually frees them creatively to do whatever, because as long as they can say like, oh hey, look, you hit the enemy and that builds up ATB, and then you go into the turn-based mode and you select the command, so it's Final Fantasy, and then we can just, we could just say, oh yeah, that's what Final Fantasy gameplay is. Cool. And not really, go too deep into it. You'll thank you so much. Lightning Returns had baller combat. It did. I just wish that like the meta RPG of Lightning Returns wasn't like that. But actually, like the combat in Lightning Returns is probably one of the best combat systems in Final Fantasy, straight up. But man, so much of the stuff surrounding it, like the timer and how it worked and some of the other mechanics in the game, like not leveling up from fights, you had to like go and you had to go and you fought enemies to slow down time, but you didn't fight enemies to gain experience. Bro, that's just FF7R system you just described. No, that's what I'm saying. Is that like take that system and you can do anything with it. You can go in any direction with it. You can insert any types of gimmicks and new mechanics and new playable characters in it. And then all you're doing is just basically, you know, um, building on. I mean, that's basically what the first, 9 games did. Okay, we're almost here, chat. We're 4 minutes out. I guess they're skipping the pre-show. How do you make it different for 9? I think that 9 is going to be a purist remake. Not like a purist remake, because I do think that 9R will have voice acting and stuff. But I think it's going to be ATB. I think there's going to be a world map. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a remake in the traditional sense of the word. Reverse general combat with FF12's gambits and FF13's paradigms dream RPG. That'd be cool if you could make all those ideas work together. I do like the snappiness of 16's combat, right? Like I do feel like whenever you're doing like cancels and like you're dodging and doing stuff like that, it feels really good because that's the hack and slash DNA. So I do wish that if you could take something like that, the way that Clive feels to control, and you could map a command menu in the style of like Retrilogy and make it feel like, you know, you're able to like say like, the way that you can really gain air with Clive. But you still have to use the command system to stagger and things like that. I think that'd be really interesting. So it could still be slightly combo centric, but it would also be heavily strategic, and you'd still have to do things like elemental weakness and stuff like that. I think would be very interesting. My biggest worry for part 3 is how do you make the third game fresh when it comes to combat and exploration and not make it feel like Rebirth 2.5? That's a really good question, Nico. Um, they probably spent a lot of time deliberating on that, I'm sure. I genuinely don't know how you do that because holy crap, that's going to be a kind of a design challenge, and I think honestly like I think it probably is going to feel like Rebirth 2.5, right? Like I don't expect part 3 to have the same sort of jump in quality and scope that Remake to Rebirth had. So, I don't know. All I know is and chat, I'm telling you right now, I just found this out too, which adds to my point. Bring Final Fantasy 17 back to Japan. I just found out that Ghost of Tsushima, which is also a PlayStation exclusive up until net recently where it's come to PC, Ghost of Tsushima, as of last year, sold 1 million units in Japan. That's right, Ghost of Tsushima outsold 16 and Rebirth in Japan combined. So that's a Western game. That's a Western game about Japan. I'm telling you, Japan likes Japan. America likes Japan. Europe likes Japan. Everyone likes Japan. Bring FF17 back to Japan, and it'll do good in Japan. PS exclusive or not.
Please welcome to the stage the creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
Hello,
How's the audio
welcome
balancing,
to
guys?
Summer Game Fest 2024. You ready to see some video games? We are so thrilled to be here with you, and this is a showcase of what's next for games live from the
The
YouTube
crowd goes
theater here in
mild.
LA. Now, if you're watching this show, first of all, welcome. I know everyone around the world is joining us for this special moment. And I know if you watch this show, you don't just play games, you deeply care about this art form and the health of this industry. The good news is that we have a lot of amazing games to show you from creators around the world over the next 2 hours. But let's also face it, this has been a tumultuous and difficult year. With
Talk about the
company
layoffs.
and studio
Let's
closures,
go.
Which have disappointed all of us.
Let's
But there's also
go.
something else happening.
He did
Our
it.
industry is evolving and changing. And thanks to digital distribution, smaller teams and new creators are finding incredible success. Take a look at this list from Game Discover of the top 10 best-selling new games on Steam so far this year. 2 of them are considered, big company games, but the other 8 come from indie, mid-sized teams, or solo developers. I look at this list, it's pretty cool, right? And I get inspired that new ideas, new teams, and smaller creators can and will break through. It's a reminder to big companies that they have to treat their developers right, because today there are many
Let's go,
paths to
Jeff.
sustainability and success. And
Let's-
that's what makes this industry so
Let's
great.
go. Let's go.
And
Let's
you'll see that
go.
reflected in the show today, because over the next 2 hours, we'll have big franchises on stage like Star Wars, Batman,
Yes.
and Harry Potter, but also smaller titles, including a few games made by single individuals and first-time creators that we invited to be part of this show.
Okay, I'll
because
turn
we
this stream
think
up.
This platform is important as a way to show you new things that you might not even know about. So when you see a game that piques your interest, please wishlist it, or even better, send it to a friend and get them excited. That's how we together can grow the gaming community. And we are going to do that today over the next 2 hours, because we have a lot of games to show you, plus Day of the Devs directly after with even more indie titles. So should we get to the games? All right, it all begins right now. Here's our first announcement.
Okay, how is that, guys?
Next.
Hey, look, this is
Am I too loud?
auditioning for the lead and unannounced action game.
We see you as more of a sidekick.
Oh, sure, I get that a lot, but check out my range. Okay.
Okay.
Rage! Empathy. Oh, hilarity! This guy! Strength! And what game is this anyway?
Hey, neat costume. I gotta get me one of those. Ooh, sandwich. Sorry, gotta go.
Who is that?
That hot dog guy is Aloy, an amazing video game lead.
Thunderjaw went mad and is tearing through the valley.
Don't worry, I'll bring it down. This is gonna be fun. Yeah, right in the eye. And fire attack.
A lonely hero, hunting machines all by herself.
Hello, I have friends, you know.
Let's do this!
Right, a friendly hero, hunting with her pals.
Ow, hey, whose side are you on?
Exploring,
Wow, what is this place?
collecting all the shiny things,
Woo, buddy.
and making a home.
Is this copyrighted music? I think it is. I think it's copyrighted music. It might be. Yeah, we'll mute this. Wow, Nintendo Switch. Nintendo Switch. That's interesting.
There you go. Wasn't that fun? That was Lego Horizon Adventures coming out later this year for PlayStation, but also day one on PC and Nintendo Switch.
It's
a playful,
PC
lighthearted
and Switch.
story inspired by the world of Horizon, designed with two-player action in mind, supporting couch and online co-op. All right, now we're going to completely shift the tone to the next game from Torn Banner Studios, the developers behind Chivalry 2. For their next project, they are proud to announce No More Room in Hell 2, the sequel to the 2011 award-winning Source mod. 8 players start separate in the dark, and it's up to you to find your friends and survive with permadeath. Here is the first look.
Yeah, even Sony's not doing Sony exclusives no more. Damn, dude. I don't know how you and other streamers cope with all this copyright bullshit. It's tough, dude. I hate it too. Left for mid. I'm sorry, chat. Left for mid.
Coming this Halloween. Looks really, really intense. All right, to introduce our next game, please join me in welcoming someone who I've known for over a decade. She's been a huge fan of some of our reveals, like Street Fighter 6 a few years ago, and of course, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth last year when she was sitting in the audience. Well, this year, she's joining us on stage. We're thrilled to have her with us. Please welcome
not my
Curious
thing.
Joy.
Joy! Oh my god!
Thank you, Jeff. Hi, everyone. I am so excited to be here at Summer Game Fest. I'm here with you today to share some even more super fun trailers. So let's get straight to another world premiere. This is a highly anticipated game from a beloved franchise. Let's take a look.
As young witches and wizards, we all dream of soaring through the sky like our favorite heroes. When it comes to Quidditch, we've all wondered, do I have what it takes to be the next Quidditch star? To beat your toughest opponents? To keep your composure in the face of adversity? To chase your dreams at any price? To seek glory for your team? No challenge is too great. No dream is too big. So ask yourself, do you have what it takes? Do you have the heart of a Quidditch champion?
It's a whole game of Quidditch? Like that's like the whole game? It's just Quidditch? That's interesting. It'll
That's
probably do
Harry
really
Potter
well.
Quidditch Champions launching worldwide on September 3rd for consoles and PC. Now we move from the Potterverse to a brand new world. It hails from a single developer, Gavin Eisenbeis, up in Seattle, who has been making games all by himself for a decade. His last title, Choo Choo Charles, was a fan favorite, and he showed me this next game a few months ago, and I really wanted to debut it here. Get ready to backstab, race, or cooperate with up to 20 of your friends in Cuff Bust.
Cuff bust.
That's a fun one, right? And remember, that's all made by one person. Congratulations, Gavin. So glad to have that on stage.
Oh, that's incredible.
All right, next one of this year's most anticipated games is Star Wars Outlaws, coming out on August 30th from Ubisoft and Lucasfilm Games, the first open-world Star Wars game where you live the life of a scoundrel. On Monday at 12 p.m. Pacific, you'll get to see a full gameplay showcase during Ubisoft's Forward event, streaming as part of the continuing Summer Game Fest events. But right now, we've got an exclusive new glimpse at the game, just a small taste of what's to come.
A friend needs a little something stolen.
Let's raise the stakes, shall we?
Oh, sorry.
Hold tight!
We should get moving.
Cool.
Think I spotted Lando there. So great. And by the way, I'm just noticing everything we're showing you so far, I think is going to be, coming out, this year. Cuff Bust, I'm not quite sure, but it's so cool that there's stuff that we're going to get to play in the next few months here. All right, well, moving back to smaller teams, a few weeks ago, I had a chance to play through this next game, and I have to say, it is really
Kingdom
spectacular.
Hearts 4,
Neva
chat.
comes
Let's
from
go.
Neva Studio, the creators of the Game Award-winning game Grease. It
Neva
chronicles the
getting
story
Kingdom
of
Hearts 4.
Alba, a woman bound to a curious wolf cub. Here's your first ever look at the gameplay.
Yeah, the aesthetics of this game are really nice. It's really good looking.
Trust me, that game is such a true work of art, especially when we get into some of the combat. It is tons of fun to play. And there's much more coming later today in the Devolver Direct, which will air directly after the Day of the Devs on this same stream. So we've got lots more for you. All right, next, it's time for
Oh, sorry.
our next game announcement.
Sorry. I forget that these headphones are touch sensitive, and so
Study the past.
if I touch the
You
side,
define the future.
get them.
All are architects of fate, working in these walls of time.
Let us all for death prepare, or on the last great journey fare.
Let me not then die ingloriously and without a struggle. But let me first do some great thing that shall be told among men hereafter.
Each of us shall endure this world's life until the end.
Your names shall not be lost.
So it shall be.
So it shall be.
Oh. I know a lot of people that'll be very happy about that one.
Hello everyone at Summer Game Fest. On behalf of the Firaxis team, we are thrilled to finally announce that Civilization 7 is coming day and date to PC and consoles next year. I'm in awe of the amazing team that has brought us to this moment, but we also have to thank you, our incredible fans around the world, for your overwhelming support of this franchise for over 30 years. We can't wait to share more, and we hope you'll join us later this summer for the full reveal of Civilization 7. In the meantime, stay civilized.
Feet. Oh, wait. Is this? Oh, this is Black Myth. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, man. Let's go. August 20th, dude. Crap, that's in 2 months. I will be there day one. No matter what. No matter what. Why are you saying awesome? There was no gameplay. In fairness, we've seen gameplay of it before.
Perhaps humans were fated to build the monoliths, reaching heaven and returning with a gift. Stardust. But mankind was given more than it wished for. Not progress, but chaos. Every new height brings a terrible fall. And yet hope still glimmers, even in the depths of the unknown, like mayflies. We die to live again. The smallest creatures show the greatest resilience. Wherever we remain standing, we stand together.
What does greatness mean to you? Born great.
I think that's copyrighted. We'll just be sure. I know you guys aren't too excited about this, so I find it doubtful. Okay.
Have any of you faced Tyranids before?
Only these past 2 days.
Then there is much to learn.
The numbers are endless. I will take you all with me. Brothers, we fight! Hiroshima!
All right, welcome back to Summer Game Fest. We've got some amazing developer guests joining us throughout the show, and I'm very excited to introduce our first guests. They are legendary creators who are working on a brand new fantasy RPG, Metaphor, slated to launch this October. Please welcome the director and art designer of Persona 3, 4, and 5.
It's here, boys.
Katsura Hashino and
It's here,
Shigenori
boys.
Sojima.
Sitting straight up.
ありがとうございます。アトラスの橋野です。今日は副島さんと一緒にこのステージに立ててとても光栄に思ってます。
Thank you, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here. My name is Hashino, and I am the director of Metaphor. It is a pleasure to be here with Mr. Soejima.
Oh my god, dude. Let's go.
こ
Let's
の
go.
ゲームはね、アーキタイプという他のゲームでいうところのジョブですね。その姿に主人公たちが変身して明日の未来のために戦うというとても熱い RPG です。
This game is an RPG in which the party members transform into their jobs, which we call archetypes.
Yeah.
These archetypes allow you to fight against your enemies.
アーキタイプは誰もが持つ不安と向き合うことによって覚醒する力です。すべてのアートワークは力強さとオリジナリティを意識して描いています。その総数は40種類以上にも及び、経験を積ませると一部のアーキタイプは進化することもできます。
Archetypes are the embodiment of power born from the will to face your fears and anxieties. We gave it our all to instill each and every archetype with a feeling of strength and uniqueness in each of their designs. In total, there will be more than 40 types of archetypes available in the game. These archetypes can gain experience and even evolve. Some of them can evolve into stronger versions.
メタファーはアトラスの RPG、我々が作ってきた RPG のノウハウをすべて結集させて作っています。とても大きなボリュームのゲームです。今日はこのアーキタイプをテーマにした最新のトレーラーをお持ちしました。ぜひご覧になってください。ありがとうございました。
We're about to get a new trailer.
So we are pouring all of our acquired expertise into this game to make it as exciting as possible. In fact, we've even brought our latest trailer today, which is centered around the topic of these archetypes. Thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy it.
Oh my
it is
God,
said
dude,
that we all have inherited heroic virtues deep within us. The reality is, we oppress, we fight.
Peak.
A great evil flows through this land. You have found a way to wield true magic. Many more more protectors and followers will gather to your side. Remind people that the same powers lie dormant within them.
On guard!
You must acquire more archetypes and bring them together.
How's this? Scour! No holding back!
Now you've acquired a most interesting power. An archetype whose existence was only theoretical. You wield power now.
Oh my god, dude, yes. Yes, let's go.
Such an honor to have Hoshino and Shojima with us on stage. Thank you guys, and for that deep look at the archetypes, such stunning visual designs. Now we're going to jump into the Arkhamverse. Batman Arkham Shadow is a MetaQuest 3 exclusive VR game coming later this year. As
Let's
Batman,
go, man.
you face a new threat, the mysterious Rat King and his cultish devotees. Here's your first look at the story trailer for Batman Arkham Shadow.
Dude. My god, metaphor, dude. I'm on that game so hard. Day one, dude. Day one.
There's a new darkness overtaking Gotham, driving the city mad.
That's the only thing that can give Rebirth a run for its
The
money
only
right
light
now.
left is from the fire in the streets, casting shadows of rats on everything that was once good. Fear is their weapon. But they're not the only ones who can use it. The Rat King will stop at nothing to destroy my city. How far will I go to destroy him?
I am looking forward to heading back to the Arkhamverse. Now, it is time to update fans on a legendary fighting game franchise. And that includes me. Because I have been a fan of this series ever since one of its first iteration and have been playing each one ever since. So, let's check it out.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh. What? Is this King of Fighters like... Is this like a collab or the Street Fighters or is it? Oh, is it guest characters? Okay. Oh, okay. Guest characters for 6. That makes sense. Sorry. What is this? this music goes so hard. This music goes so hard, bro. Dude, yeah, like this music makes me want to chug ale and like just start fighting people. Like that's the vibe of that music. Oh,
I guess we'll see. This will be when
more of Sparking Zero. Nice. Stream's a little laggy. Oh, there we go.
Just like I did that earlier.
Stream's lagging.
Talking about thrilling? Don't you dare!
Hold on.
One way to save her. Bye, my friends.
It's not my internet.
No matter what it takes, I need to rescue Goku.
It's the stream itself, I think.
Goku, wait! What? Never forgive you for this! Now you will suffer my wrath.
Yeah.
You are a prison boy! I will show you the true form of autonomous open. It's my turn now. Change everything.
Okay, there we go.
This is the
Yep.
Don't think you can win. There's no way.
Can someone check their Twitch stream? And see if it's also having issues.
There you go, Internet. We got your release date for Sparking Zero, October 11th. Now we step into the world of Delta Force Hawk Ops, a free-to-play tactical shooter
Let me try like
available to play on all platforms. Here's a look at their
that works. Let's try 1080p.
Player FPS extraction mode.
Okay, that seemed to fix it.
Team, rally up. We've got a new mission.
It seems like just the 4K was lagging.
The situation at Zero Dam is now very serious, with conflicts escalating between Havoc Corps and Alsara Guard.
Let's see if we can do 14.
It's time to take action. Objective.
There we go.
Collect and decode the Mandel Brick located at the tourist center at the southeast region. We need to utilize terrain for stealth insertion. Execute swiftly and silently.
We're in position.
Looks like someone beat us to it. We need to pick up the pace.
Linda, clean the balcony. On your mark. Balcony clear.
Go, go, go! You're in the area.
Shield down. I'm going in.
Shit! They've got a flamethrower! Engaging! Second floor!
Ah! I got shot!
They're coming up! All clear. Prepare for decoding.
That's all for mission briefing. The drill is over. Operation commences. Good luck.
But that is not all. The game's premium campaign mode, Black Hawk Down, is a reimagining of the original game that is also fully licensed to recreate moments from the award-winning Ridley Scott movie. Here is your world premiere first look at that gameplay.
Why are they burning tires? RPG! Hold on!
All units prepared for landing. 2 teams, 1 foot.
clear. Secure and capture a D senior cabinet. Over.
Get down! Get down! Enemy attack! Air strike! Enemy vehicles coming! Vehicle under attack!
And now, I have an update for you on Fatal Fury: City of the Wolves. For real this time.
Nice. Kino breaking out over there. Nice.
Time to set sail.
Yo. Yo. Good game.
Water balloon! Lots can make that for ya.
You're next.
Chris and Noah, yeah. Still workouts 5 days a week. Still on the grind.
We're back here at Summer Game Fest, and that was a look at Mecha Break with its immersive aerial and ground combat with lightning-fast maneuvers. Next, Jason Blum and his Blumhouse banner have become synonymous with incredible horror films over the years, like Get Out, Megan, and last year's Five Nights at Freddy's. Well, now Blumhouse is entering the video game world in a big way.
Dark times await us. Vengeance will take shape.
I cannot sleep. I cannot sleep. I must not sleep. I am terrified to sleep, and I am scared to death to stay awake.
Don't worry, Viv. If any ghosts actually show up, I'll protect you.
The aesthetic is
Amy?
incredible.
I'll save you, no matter what. Just go
Oh my
home,
god, dude, this is
Viv.
PS1 core. I love
the
it.
local police department asked me to help with a case. Why would they need a game designer? Should have some developer mode.
Dark times await us.
This game looks cool. And also has like several different art styles going on.
Please welcome Jason Blum, CEO and founder of Blumhouse, and Luis Blaine, creative lead at Blumhouse Games. Hey guys, so we got ourselves a full slate there. That's incredible. So Jason, tell us a bit about why did you want to get into games like this? What are we doing?
Well, we've been very, very busy. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for having us. Thank you guys all. Great to hear the fans out there. You'll all be very happy to know we're working at this very minute on the sequel of Five Nights at Freddy's. It's coming. Don't worry. Anyway, horror is, to my great relief, getting more and more popular. Our movies are working. It's working on streaming. It's working in live events. And we wanted to try and take our approach to movies and apply it to games. And that's what you see here. We're going to do independent games. We're going to look for creators and give them a platform and encourage these creators to be weird and subversive and find the most effed up, scariest things they can and put them into really cool games.
Well, they look great. It's a really diverse, cool slate. Luis, tell us a bit about, we saw a bunch of games there. What can you tell us about kind of the overall lineup of games?
Well, as you just saw from our slate, our horror games are a lot like Blumhouse movies. They come in many different flavors of fear, which means there's a horror game for everyone. So maybe you're a fan of nostalgic 90s experiences with a bit of a twist, intense first-person shooters, or maybe, Jeff, you just want some bonus murder in your otherwise very cozy farming sim. I think, we as horror fans, we know that there are so many different subgenres to explore, and our independent development partners, they feel the same, and they're just as excited, which means we've got psychological nightmares, we have supernatural scares, we have cosmic horror, and our team has worked really hard to work with global, creative, talented partners, and that means for us that we really want to as we're working in indie projects, which means that we can take risks.
She's just like me.
You know, we can be flexible.
She's just
and
like
really
me.
we can push the limits of what's possible in scary storytelling, and we're so excited.
The way it took her like
looks,
a whole 2
looks
minutes
awesome,
to
all the
retrieve
stuff
the
you
right
have
word.
there. And I know,
She's
we'll
literally
get into
me.
when games are coming out, but some of these are coming soon,
literally
Jason, right?
me.
We got a good slate.
Well,
of
yeah,
so
we're
me.
on PC and console, and yeah, we wanted to start with not just one, but we wanted to start with a few games. So you want to tell us about those?
Yeah, so Fear the Spotlight is our first release coming later this year, and it really hits our mission statement. It's an amazing 90s horror experience. It's got great characters, a compelling narrative. It's also super creepy, and I think people will be big fans of it, even if you're not normally into horror. And quickly, actually, Fear the Spotlight is getting its first trailer as part of the Day of the Dev showcase, so stay tuned after the show.
Directly after. Awesome. Well, I know this is just the start, so we'll probably be seeing you in future years with more from Blumhouse Games. But guys, what do you think of the slate? Pretty amazing, right? What these guys are pulling off. Jason, Luis, thanks so much for being here on Summer Games.
Thank you, guys.
All right. And now here's the world premiere of a brand new Power Rangers game with a retro feel.
This better be a beat 'em up. Sad, I swear to God, if it's not. Okay, let's go. It is. Nice. Okay. Sorry, guys. That is going to get my stream. Oh, I didn't mean to pause it. That will get my stream copyrighted so fast. It looks great, though. It looks really good. The moment they said Power Rangers game, I was like, it better look something like this, and if it doesn't, I'm gonna hate it, but it does. Like, it looks exactly like what it's supposed to. That's very cool. Yeah, that looks like amazing game to co-op with friends. Yeah, I don't like the cutscene style, but I do like the way the in-game visuals look. Been a while since we've chat. Hope you're doing pretty good.
What a beautiful game, Dear and Boy, which comes from first-time developer Jason Houdet in Paris, who started that project alone in 2020 during the pandemic and now has a team of 8 helping him realize his vision with financial aid from the French government. And games like that are why we do this show, giving first-time developers a chance to show you what they're working on. All right, next, after a long wait, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is arriving later this year. This is a first-person open-world action RPG from Warhorse Studios. Here is a brand new look.
The best laid plans of men don't always come to fruition. Man proposes, but God disposes. And then boots you right in the balls. These two young fellas, I need to find them. One's a smart-ass smith, and the other's a blue-blooded fledgling.
You behave like a spoilt brat.
How dare you speak?
Gentlemen, praise be to our Lord Jesus Christ.
Our Father, there are many sinners in this world. But in the end, we all face your judgment for what we should have done, but lacked the courage to do.
The last time I ran away, I lost everything. I'm never gonna run from that fucker again.
Kiss our asses!
God, is this retribution for my sins?
To the task!
Come on!
To the fucking task.
Next, we step into the dark mind of Silent Hill creator Keiichiro Toyama-san. Back in 2021, we announced his new game, Slitterhead, at the Game Awards, and now we're giving you a look at the gameplay from his independent, Tokyo-based studio.
What the? Super Saiyan? That's interesting.
That's what I call a dramatic entrance. There's a reason why I'm called Killer Bean. It's because I'm good at what I do. Really. Really. Good. I used to be an assassin for the Shadow Agency. An international organization powerful enough to shape the world. Until they lied to me and tried to kill me. Now, I'm gonna destroy them.
You're the gosh darn idiot who wants to take down the Shadow Agency! Well, it is sure nice to meet you. Before you die...
They made me who I am, and I will make them pay for it.
Glad you liked that one. That was Killer Bean, a third-person roguelike shooter made by another single developer, believe it or not, right here in Los Angeles, Jeff Liu, who previously worked as an animator on movies like The Matrix Reloaded. So fun. It's amazing what can happen in this industry. All right, to introduce their brand new game, please welcome from the Game Bakers, a small independent studio in Montpellier, France, Audrey Leprince and Emmerich Toa.
Hello, Jeff, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. When we created our studio, Emmerich and I, we promised each other to always come up with something new. So after Fury and Haven, we're here to introduce our new game, Cairn, a survival climber. When I was a teenager, my dad prepared an expedition to Mount K2, but half of his team didn't come back. And I've always wondered, why do alpinists risk their lives in such extreme conditions? This is something we wanted to explore in Cairn.
Cairn is a game about what it takes to go beyond your limits.
I don't know if my audio...
You climb a mountain to reach a summit never reached before. And the climbing gameplay is the challenge. It's very intense and realistic. It's a face-off between you and the mountain. And what you're going to see in the trailer is not from cutscenes. It's the actual climbing gameplay. You can see more later today during Day of the Devs, but now let's have a look.
I don't get what it plays like, though. Oh, Annapurna.
I'm not meant to be here. I'm a fighter. I'm meant to be in the arena, in combat. But instead, I'm out here in the middle of the woods, running a tea shop. So, what does running a tea shop involve? Well, there's a lot of gardening, and I've had to get used to the pretty unique tea machine they've got here. None of these tasks are all that hard, they just take patience. And I'm not really the patient type. But I'm surviving. Of course, I have to actually serve the tea to our customers. And once that's done, I'll usually check in with Boro, the guy who owns the shop, to see if my help is needed anywhere. And when all the chores are done, sometimes I'll just sit on a bench and do absolutely nothing. It's not fighting, but it's peaceful. And what's weird is that I actually feel good. I'm happy. I can stop running now. I can stop. I can stop. I can stop running. This is good for me. I need to enjoy this. I feel good. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy.
You all right, little buddy?
That was Wonderstop, the announcement of the next game from Davey Redden, the creator of the Stanley Parable. I sense there's a twist coming, as you would expect from him in Ivy Road. Cannot wait to play that. All right, now here's a look at the story trailer for Unknown 9 Awakening, a narrative action-adventure game that tells the story of Haruna, a young woman born with the ability to venture into the fold, a dimension that overlaps our own.
Turn your thoughts inward and focus on your shade.
Also, can you guys stop saying the word woke?
I do.
In YouTube chat?
Your progress is impressive lately, Haruna.
All of you as well, thanks.
These are incredible. They called themselves the Sahin. 9 among them were chosen and shielded from death.
The Unknown 9. Does this have anything to do with why Vincent is here?
Humanity has lived for eons at the mercy of the 9. It's time we took control of our own destiny.
Why are you so interested in Vincent, anyhow?
He killed someone I loved.
Remember stepping. Find your target and bridge the gap.
You don't belong here.
You're wrong. This is exactly where I'm meant to be.
I think this is copyrighted music. Oh no, it's not. Never mind.
The Fold is a strange place.
Vincent found something down there.
Session.
I think it's good.
Hey!
Maybe.
How about we see the world together?
I finally have something. Something that I want to protect.
Now steal your heart. Adventure starts.
Delusion taken form walks into my great hall.
Being sensitive. How am I being sensitive?
Feel honored.
That's a rule in my community of, like, every day.
On guard! To your greatest final chapter.
stage.
Looks kind of interesting.
All right, we're back here live for more Summer Game Fest. The First Descendant, powered by Unreal Engine 5, is a next-gen looter shooter with dynamic cooperative gameplay, including a grappling hook mechanic. It is finally set for release, and we're very happy here to debut.
That's copyrighted stuff. Okay. So we'll take that out real quick. The YouTube VOD of this in particular is like going to have so many so many copyright flags on. I can get most of them removed, but I'll probably either have to like, it'll probably be like, oh, mute it or trim it out of the video. It's just annoying to deal with, but that's what we'll probably have to do for this. I hate, like, dude, you look at we actually don't know what songs are copyrighted, so most of it is just guessing, right? And that's what sucks. And they know that people co-stream these events, and not even just co-streaming, right? Like, you want people to be able to upload a reaction video to your trailer, right? Like, if you put out a trailer, you want people to be like, oh my god, first reaction to this, right? Well, how can anyone do that reaction video when you have, you know, copyrighted music playing in the background that has, you know, the DRM on it? Like, yeah, it penalizes people for reacting.
Awesome. The First Descendant will be available across PlayStation, Xbox, and Steam. Wishlisted now and prepare for the release on July 2nd. And now, please welcome two developers whose hit indie game, Among Us, took the world by storm and a couple of game awards. From Inner Sloth, here are Victoria Tran and Forrest Willard.
I heard someone in the audience screaming Victoria's name, so.
What's up, gamers?
Yeah.
Can you believe they just let us be on this stage? Like, no chaperones. Like,
I know. Can we announce something totally fake?
Oh,
do you
like-
think they'll let us do that?
Among Us 2? Among Us 3? 4?
Among Us 2 final mix.
Turns out we
Let's
actually have
go.
something very real we wanted to present to you all today. There's been so many great indie games in recent years, but it's also been no secret that it's kind of a rough time in the industry. Some devs don't really get the chance they deserve, so we thought we could help out a little bit. That's why we're excited to announce our side project, Outer Sloth, an indie game fund we made that offers the kind of deals we would have wanted back in our less popular Among Us days.
This is our way of saying thank you to our crewmates, players, peers, by helping some games and devs have the funding and freedom needed to ship their games. And then we all get to play them, which was the real plan. I really want games. Outer Sloth is our passion project and dream for a better, more sustainable industry. We are really excited and incredibly nervous to reveal it here and show you the current lineup of games we've managed to fund because of you. And don't worry, Jeff, it has your favorite, a ton of world premieres. Enjoy!
Hi, I'm Ian from Shapeshot, and you may already be playing our first game, Mars First Logistics.
We're Trinket Studios, creators of Battle Chef Brigade, and this is our card battler RPG, Battle Suit Aces.
We are Studio Any%, and we're making the Marsfield Archives, a game about building and exploring connections.
Hi, we're Midnight Munches. We just released a demo for one-button bosses, our boss rush game with a single button to press and a ton of bosses to beat.
Hey, I'm Husband, game director at Huscrofts, and this is Rogue Eclipse, our epic spaceflight action roguelike, where you'll have to customize and master your starfighter, take on merciless armadas, and vanquish a fleet of colossal super destroyers.
And we do have one more game that's very early in development.
Hi, I'm Eka, creative director of Outer Loop Games, makers of Thirsty Suitors and Falcon Age. In our new game, explore the world in an upgradable mech and cook up tasty dishes for local communities. Fight off corpos, discover new dosa recipes, and reunite with your strange loved ones for one last meal. Project Dosa is a game about life, death, love, and food for the soul.
Thanks, Victoria and Forrest. Those all look fantastic, and I cannot wait to play them. But all of those amazing indie games aren't the only thing coming out of Inner Sloth. Did you know that there's going to be an Among Us TV show?
No, what?
Sounds like you did. Yes, there's going to be an Among Us TV show.
You have got
Check
to
out this sneak peek.
You have got to be fucking kidding me. Yeah, I'm glad it's not live action. If it was live action, dude, holy crap. This would be like... As a cartoon, though, I can be okay with it. I totally thought it was going to be live action, because they said a TV show, and my mind went to TV show.
Up next, we have Sonic X Shadow Generations. A definitive greatest hit collection of 3D and 2D levels from Sonic and Shadow's history.
Fidel is
now
going
it's
crazy
time for
right
a
now.
glimpse of Shadow's brand new powers and gameplay from a standalone campaign, as well as the official release date announcement.
Yeah, the first Sonic Generations was really good. I love that game. Probably my favorite 3D Sonic, actually. After Adventure 2, or actually probably before Adventure 2.
I'll overcome every obstacle with this power.
I feel like Sonic Generations was probably like probably my favorite 3D Sonic, actually.
The Year of Shadow, right? A movie coming in December, too. Exciting stuff. All right. In the upcoming online survival game, Dune Awakening from Funcom, there is one small decision that unleashed a chain of events which set the stage for the story the player will experience. Let's find out for the first time what that is.
The only peace I find is a future that never happened. One where I, Paul Atreides, was never born. I created the future until it created me. might have been? What if my mother had obeyed her orders and given birth to a girl? Everything would change. Dr. Yue exposed before his betrayal. A world where my father lives. House Atreides surviving the Battle of Arrakeen. Sardaukar deployed to protect the spice melange. A war of assassins spreading across the planet. Fremen exterminated. No Muad'Dib. No Lisan al-Gaib. No Kwisatz Haderach. All of my visions lead to horror. Except for this one. This one leads to you.
More Dune Awakening coming at Gamescom ONL in August. Now it is time to see the announcement of another new game from a brand new development studio.
Oh, what's this? I mean, I like this cinematic, but what is the game?
To tell us more about Battle Aces and show you the gameplay, here's David Kim from Uncapped Games.
Thanks, Jeff. So Battle Aces is the RTS game for everyone. It's for players that are brand new to RTS as well as RTS veterans. We really want to bring the core fun of RTS to everybody, kind of like how games such as World of Warcraft did for MMOs or Hearthstone did for card games. So Battle Aces is an action-packed army versus army game that has a high emphasis on the strategy. We want to bring this type of very specific RTS fun to players in two major ways. First, we want to amplify both the in and out of game strategizing through unit decks. And what makes unit decks very cool is not only will players be able to define the exact way that they wish to play, but also players will be able to experience an endless possibility of strategies. Second, we want to eliminate the tedious clicks required to play an RTS as much as possible so that players playing this game are experiencing only the fun parts of playing an RTS game. So, if you want to learn more about Battle Aces, or if you want to sign up for our beta test that's coming up very soon, then please make sure to visit our website at playbattleaces.com. Thank you.
Thank you, David. That was fantastic. All right. Our next premiere unveils the exciting new destination for a game that shadow dropped at the Game Awards last year, the Finals, with its unparalleled destruction wrapped in the world's most deadly game show. Now, after dozens of updates in 2 seasons, we're unveiling where contestants will be going in the all-new season starting next week on June 13th. Sharpen your katanas and welcome to Season 3 of the Finals.
If they hit that reset button, it can take us anywhere.
the finals in Kyoto. All right, please welcome multiple Game Awards winner and a dazzling Game Awards performer, if I do say so myself, Sam Lake from Remedy.
Finally, we're gonna get something, right? We're gonna get Alan Wake 2 DLC.
I think that's enough. Thank you. Hi. You see, this is now the only way they let me come on stage to tell you something exciting news about Alan Wake 2. Many of you have been posting your Remedy game collection pictures on your shelves with Alan Wake 2 so far digital only. Sadly missing.
Physical version Alan Wake 2.
We are excited to announce physical deluxe editions and physical collector's editions for Alan Wake 2 coming this fall. You can lock in your copy starting tomorrow. Next, we promised you some expansion content for Alan Wake 2, right? I'm thrilled to introduce you all to Night Springs. It contains 3 episodes with 3 familiar, fan-favorite, playable characters in mysterious, terrifying, and quirky what-if scenarios. It was a chance for us to really go out there, as if we already didn't. Night Springs will be playable in less than 24 hours.
What?
Tomorrow.
What?
Thank you. Now, with this world premiere, I invite you to step into Night Springs.
Night Springs, a special place, a shifting space, existing in a countless number of parallel realities. Different every time we set upon the road that leads us there, and yet always familiar to us in Night Springs.
I'm in danger. Please, my #1 fan. You're the only one who can save me.
And I will come back for you, my love.
And cut. Sean, I'm really happy.
This is gonna get strange.
I was the only one who could save the writer and the very soul of literature.
Music is fine, right? Oh, it's proprietary music. Never mind, we're good.
Try the coffee.
I have a shotgun.
I think.
Well, I gotta... Wait, that's a real shotgun?
Who can ever truly know how deep the rabbit hole goes in Night Springs?
Through the endless tides of time, they've come to these mythical shores, seeking mastery over death itself.
You guys, there's only 34 minutes left in this show.
A cruel and beautiful
This is
paradise, where primal...
Is this copyrighted music? This?
Where ancient
I don't think this is
mysteries
copyrighted.
awaken.
Is it?
Where heroes are forged and demons are born.
Oh, the previous trailer? Oh, okay. Oh, you mean Alan Wake 2? Oh.
Is Eternum.
That's right, New World Eternum will launch on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC on October 15th. And now you can play the game start to finish as a solo player or play co-op and use crossplay as well. If you're watching SGF on TikTok Live right now, you can comment HSR in the chat to claim a special in-game bundle for Honkai Star Rail of Stellar Jade from TikTok Game Rewards. And speaking of Honkai Star Rail, Hoyoverse's latest space fantasy RPG just concluded its version 2.3 special program a few hours ago. But there's more. A sneak peek at the upcoming expedition featuring a beloved character who is clearly ready for the forthcoming journey with her brand new look.
Oh, it's from a band? Oh, well. We're just gonna have
Why
to
do people choose to
trim it
sleep?
from the Vaughn.
It's because they're afraid to wake up from the dream. You see, everything is possible in this land of dreams. The nightmarish past will disperse and fade away like bubbles in water, and the future that you don't want to face will never come.
Hold on, I gotta show you guys this. Like, everyone is just typing L over and over again on the on the YouTube chat. Holy crap.
In the end,
L, 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 L.
war dance? I can't miss out. I'm joining too.
Man, AAA really is dead. Yeah, I was trying to tell everyone, but so many people don't want to hear it, you know. But yeah, you're right. We've hit the wall with AAA. We've really seen in this show that AAA is not okay. It's really not.
There you have it, the unforgiving fantasy FPS dungeon PvPvE adventure, Dark and Darker, is now live on both Steam and Epic Games Store today. So play it this weekend. All right. Lots of fans are joining us here in person at the YouTube Theater, and we thank you for that. And ahead of the show, 4 lucky fans were upgraded to our VIP section thanks to the Discover Orange Ticket upgrade. With Discover, you don't have to be a VIP to be treated like one. All right, now here's the announcement of the release date for Capcom's upcoming Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess.
Oh, this looks pretty cool. Well, except for the stream buffering a little bit there. Okay. Let's try 1080. Sure. There we go.
Well, you's a cutie little corgi, don't you know?
And that is copyrighted music. I think. I mean, it's still gonna, like, the YouTube version of this is still gonna have like a ton of copyright stuff. Thankfully, YouTube has tools now, like especially for streams, where you can go through and just like auto cut and mute some of the stuff. It's even got like AI tools where it can like extract your voice out of the music. But while this is muted, I'll just kind of take this opportunity to talk unless something like actually interesting happens. Oh, you love this game? Okay, no disrespect to the game. I just feel like it can be communicated without music. But you know, Jeff tried to warn us. He said to calibrate our expectations accordingly. That wasn't his direct words, but he said something to that effect. And yeah, this is definitely very much tempering our expectations, very much. So I went in kind of not expecting much, and thus far we are not really getting much. That's not to say that every game at this show is lackluster or anything. Do a poll at the end of the show. Oh yeah, we'll do a poll. That's not to say that the show was necessarily like lackluster in all respects. I think you know, they had like Metaphor there. They had Black Myth Wukong. You know, there are some games that are cool here. Alan Wake 2 DLC is really awesome, as well as I'm sure a lot of people are excited that Alan Wake 2 is finally getting a physical version. All that stuff is really fine and good. I don't blame Jeff or Summer Games Fest for how lackluster this show has been so far, because it's not really Jeff or Summer Games Fest's fault. It's really the industry is just mid right now. The industry is just in not a great shape right now. And this show is the manifestation of like what's going on with AAA, right? Like this show is like, this is what's going on. Like what I've been talking about. It is in a rough space, right? This show feels like an industry that just laid off 20,000 people. Does it not? It tangibly feels like an industry that just laid off that many people. And not to say that, you know, there aren't stuff isn't in the pipeline from before, but it feels lackluster. It feels dry. And we're seeing that
And
now.
now let's head to Sam Vansterdam for a new look at Skate from EA.
Hey, Jeff, how you doing, bud? Oh, crap. Some really bad stuff's happening out there. They're gonna need a lot of help cleaning that up. That's bad.
So that's probably also copyrighted music. I can tell that there's some lyrics coming and stuff. But yeah, this is just like, it feels like all the good games are still deep in development. Yeah. You know, I really do wish that some of the games that came out in 2023 came out this year, and I wish some of the games that came out this year did not all come in the first quarter. The reason so many games did come in the first quarter is because so many companies wanted to make the physical year.
Skate on console in the near future. Our next world premiere is an indie sensation from Japan that is adorable, deadly, and has over 25 million players worldwide. That's right, I'm talking about Power World. I mean, just look at the giant depresso. Cheer up, buddy. It's Summer Game Fest. Now, here is the first major update announcement. A whole new island is coming.
Power. Oh, a new trainer. New boss fight. That's actually one of the best looking things with this show, and I'm like not even kidding.
That was high on the Steam charts. Congrats to Power World on the new update. Next up, we've got a big announcement from Valorant. Here's Andy Ho and Anar Gilfison from the Valorant dev team. Guys.
Thanks, Jeff. Hey, everyone. Since 2020, we have been fortunate to serve players in their pursuit of what we call the Valorant moment. The big plays and clutches you make while all eyes are on you.
Millions of players all over the world have earned their own Valorant moments on PC. And today, the stage is set to welcome a whole new group of players. Let's take a look. Target down.
Oh.
Saw you, Mike! Dizzy's up!
This way!
Music still. My bad. I didn't actually mute. Stupid. There we go. Yeah. Do we have any? Oh wait, it wasn't muted. I don't know. Anyway, it's muted now. Yeah. This is a dry industry. I've been saying, guys, man, like Q1 was packed, but like the rest of this year is rough. Zach Pope, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, NSP, for being the best part of this stream. Oh, I appreciate that. Appreciate you so much. Perhaps all of our expectations were too high for this vid. Everyone support him if you can. Zach, I appreciate that. 1,000. My mic's too quiet. Okay, let me bump it up. Yeah, my mic is quiet because it was too loud whenever we were on the stream, and now it got too quiet now. So that should be better, I think. We'll bump it up just a little bit more. But yeah, it's been rough. Zach, I appreciate you a ton. I appreciate really all you guys for actually kind of, showing up for Summer Games Fest. We still got a couple of more things, but like, yeah, this has been really rough, dude. Like, this is what I've been talking about with the game industry and like how not okay things are. And I hope people can kind of start to take that a little seriously now that we see how dry the pipeline is. Do you think Metaphor can say? I think Metaphor will be really good. I think the developers of Persona attempting a fantasy style RPG with a job system excites me a lot. I think that is like really awesome stuff. And so I think it's going to be really phenomenal to see Metaphor. I'm sure Metaphor will get really good reviews. Persona 3, 4, and 5 all have really stellar reviews. I can't really imagine Metaphor being bad. It'll probably be a Game of the Year nominee, at least for me. But yeah, dude, this was not hot. This was not. I don't think that there is going to be a game that is going to be like really talked about here that was announced on this stage for the most part. And so I think we're just going to be. I mean, there was announced games, but even then, like of announced games, there wasn't really that much. Yeah, we have 17 minutes left, approximately. And so, yeah, guys. Yeah, PlayStation is doing well monetarily. From what I know, thus far, they are profiting more this generation than they are from the previous generation. However, what is strange is that, like, it doesn't feel like, from a consumer perspective at least, that there has been like an overwhelming amount of new stuff to buy. And maybe they're profiting just because game prices have gone up to $70, right? And people are buying around maybe the same amount of games. I think they said people are also playing more games. So I don't know. Game price increases and some other stuff, but they say that their revenue is up big time from PS4. But that being said, it really doesn't feel like, and it's not just Sony, like it's not Sony's like fault alone. It's just been like a really weird generation, right? Transition from PS4 to PS5. And I don't know how much it's been worth it yet. Just yet.
Exciting to have Riot on console with Valorant. Thanks to the team at Riot for sharing that with us here at SGF. Our next announcement is a big deal from our friends at DoorDash. 5 weeks of deals with Summer of Dash Pass. Sign up for Dash Pass now for $0 delivery fees and get 50% off your next DoorDash order. Now, here in the audience, we've got a guy who is normally co-streaming our shows, Yang Ya, who is also an amazing voice actor, who's been in countless games such as Like a Dragon and God of War Ragnarok. Well, next week, Yang is going to be voicing a character in a movie, Inside Out 2, where he plays a fictional video game character, Lance Slashblade. And we've got your exclusive first look. Check this out.
Welcome to your eternal fate.
Lance Slashblade? But he's a video game character. Why is he here?
Yeah, I always thought Riley had a secret crush on him.
I never saw the appeal.
I long to be a hero, but darkness haunts my past.
I'm in 100%.
We were all banished here, deemed unfit, worthless.
Don't you dare say that! You do not deserve to be thrown away!
1 second, Lance. Don't you remember his power move? I'm coming for you, Riley!
Oh, yeah? What's this? Come on! No one is totally worthless.
But I am a warrior cursed with a feeble attack.
Then you must make your curse.
I like how
your
he's like
gift.
a PS2 character. And like,
shield yourself, my friends, for I shall set you all free!
Like even the anti-aliasing on him is different.
Samsung just released new
It's kinda neat.
2024 monitors for gaming, work, and entertainment. Scan the QR code now to get up to $300 Samsung credit when you purchase through June 17th, plus a chance to win $5,000 Samsung credit for U.S. residents.
My mind is made up as soon as Switch 2 is out. As soon as Switch 2 is out, I'm going all in. If Nintendo continues the way it has this generation, that's everyone's safest bet for an enjoyable time as a gamer. AAA will continue growing until it collapses under its own weight. Nintendo will have its own games while everyone else is in flames. Yeah. It does kind of seem that way. It kind of seems like the safest platforms.
That's all that matters.
Is kind of PC and Switch at the moment. I'm not a huge Nintendo guy per se, and so it would be very hard for me to like be like pure Nintendo.
Who are you?
I don't think I could ever do it. I have not touched my Switch in like months, and like the only reason I did touch it was because I was playing a Suika game, which was like really amazing, but other than that, I just realized that the audio was still probably going on the thing. Yeah, okay, I muted it. My bad. It's weird because I have to mute the audio here, and then I also have to mute the audio itself so I can hear myself talking. Because my headphones are actually so loud, I can't hear myself talking, even if I mute it, and I still have the audio going. These things are Sony XM5s. They will make me deaf. Anyway, yeah, but it's tough. It's tough. You can mute the stream and SP. No one cares about this stuff. We are only here for you at this point. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm only here for you guys because I'm not here for this stream either. At this point, we'll unmute if we see something interesting start to happen. And we only have 12 minutes left, so I guess that they're going to have like the biggest thing at the very end. That's usually how these types of shows work. But according to Jeff Keighley, he said this year we don't have a and one more thing type announcement. And that to me communicated everything. When he said we don't have a like, and there's one more thing, that I was like, oh crap. Because that means they don't have one more thing. That means that, dude, there's barely enough interesting stuff to even fill the show that people, like, legitimately care about. And I was like, oh, no. Oh, no. This is going to be so dry. And then, sure enough, this has been the driest. I can't think of E3s even that have been this mid, where there was just nothing. Nothing. They might as well have canceled it. I mean, I understand that there's like, you know, contracts and stuff like that they can't back out of. But from a consumer perspective, it does feel like, damn, dude, they might as well have canceled it because.
Oh, Tushimoto, Ryozo-san!
Hi, thank you. 今日はですね、モンスターハンターワイルズの、最新の映像を持ってまいりました。今回ですね、はですね、後半にですね、完全新規で、今回初お披露目の大型のモンスターも出てきてますので、そちらも注目していただけたらと思います。
Thank you, Jeff. Hello, everyone. We've prepared a very special trailer today for Summer Game Fest. I want everyone to be on the lookout for a very mysterious large monster near the end of the trailer, as it's an important monster within the game.
はい、本作ではですね、没入感とアクション、こちらの融合を目指して開発を進めております。モンスターハンターワイルズは2025年にプレイステーション5、Xbox シリーズ XS、そして PC で同時発売となります。また、今回はですね、プラットフォームの垣根を越えて一緒に遊ぶことができますので、そちらも楽しんでいただけたらと思っています。
As you'll see, we're working to deliver a gaming experience that merges immersion and action. I hope players look forward to playing with their friends across different platforms when the game launches simultaneously in 2025 on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC.
はい、最後になりますが、8月に行われるゲームズコンのオープニングナイトライブ、こちらの方でも新しい映像を持っていきますので、皆さん楽しみにしていただけたらと思っております。
We'll have another trailer at Gamescom, I think you said.
初のプレイヤブルの できるような形で出展も考えておりますので、そちらもぜひ楽しみにしていただけたらと思っています。
Lastly, there will be a new trailer for Monster Hunter Wilds at Opening Night Live at Gamescom in August. And our first public hands-on playable demo of Monster Hunter Wilds will also debut at Gamescom. Thank you.
Over there!
Yeah, Capcom carrying, right?
Why are you here?
You can't do this alone!
We need to shake them off! Follow me! Yeah! Here it comes!
There's too many of them!
Watch out for that glove! I will draw its iron! Cover me!
You got it. Be careful.
Be ready! If we can make it to the rocks, we may lose them! As I feared, it picked up our scent.
I'll handle it. You find someplace safe.
Thank you.
Don't worry, the hunter is here. Just watch. You'll see what hunting is all about.
Thank you, Ryosa-san. We will see you at Gamescom in August. Now, during last year's PlayStation Showcase, the game Phantom Blade Zero from S-Game wowed us all
let's go.
with its blazing fast combat and stylish art. Well, I'm honored to share with you the brand new trailer for the game featuring all real gameplay. Here's our final game of the show, Phantom Blade Zero.
Finally some fucking food.
How many days do I have left? 42 or 41? The Faceless is here!
Don't go up there. Turn back before it's too late.
Nice. How is that possible? How is that gameplay? It's so fast. Oh my god, dude. Let's go. Yes. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Let's go. Let's go. Some fucking food, boys. Phantom Blade Zero.
That looks so good. Full demo that media will be playing this weekend, so you'll hear much more about that. And that's going to do it for our Summer Game Fest live show. Thanks to Joy for joining us.
What a
Thank
shit
you,
ass show.
Jeff. I had such an amazing time. Happy Summer Game Fest, everyone.
Thanks, Joy. And we have so much more, so stay tuned because Day of the Devs is coming up live right now on the stream, featuring an hour of indie game reveals, including the next game from Cappy, and that's followed by Devolver Direct. Now keep checking summergamefest.com for other event streams this weekend, and we'll see you again live this August 20th in Germany for Gamescom Opening Night Live. Thanks for watching, everyone. Remember, Day of the Devs starts right now.
Let's chat. Let's chat, guys. Well, that was a whole lot of, let me turn my mic up. That was a whole lot of ass. That was a whole lot of ass. I'm sorry, it was. I don't blame Jeff. I don't blame Summer Games Fest. I don't blame any one individual or one organization in particular. It's just we're looking at the struggles of the industry. Yeah, this is the state of gaming right now. Thanks to, what's been going on with AAA and everything. I'm not peaking right now, am I? Am I peaking? Is my audio fine? But there was some decent stuff. Like, let us be clear here. Metaphor, incredible. Phantom Blade Zero, incredible. Monster Hunter Wilds looks great. And so did, what was the other game that I'm forgetting? I'm forgetting a game. Black Myth Wukong. Which, I mean, Black Myth Wukong's showing wasn't, like, insane or anything. But they did manage to remind us that it's coming. And that's the point. Thanks, Zach. But yeah, dude, it's that is rough. That is rough. Blame a $250,000 for one trailer. So for context, for everyone who doesn't know, at Summer Games Fest. Yeah, actually, that should be here by now, Nico. I'm actually gonna check on that after the stream. But Summer Games Fest, for those who don't know, should... What was I saying? I'm so bad with word retrieval. Oh yeah, they charge $250,000 for a 1 minute trailer, and they charge like $500,000 for like a 2.5 minute trailer. Those may sound like staggering numbers, but keep in mind that E3 used to cost companies like millions of dollars. So I don't think it's that crazy necessarily. But some of those trailers, I do think that, like, wow, a company just spent all that money to show that here. Tenkaichi 4? Tenkaichi 4 looks cool. Honestly, SGF was terrible. Imagine ending it with a 30-second long trailer. There was no new games to blow us away. Which you want one of those to keep... which will want one of those revealed every 4 to 6 months, so to keep everyone excited. Now I understand why Nintendo pioneered Directs, right? Because it is expensive still. It's not as expensive as E3, but the kind of reality is that a lot of people do watch Summer Games Fest, and the reason we didn't see anything too insane here at Summer Games Fest just really boils down to the fact that games are in development right now. They're in the pipeline, but like we're at this point where, dude, it's tough. It's just, what do you do, right? We can't keep on the same road. This show made me realize how bad the industry is right now. This needs to change, man. Yeah. That's kind of like what I hope that this kind of took away, is that indie developers are carrying, and AA developers, a lot of AA developers are in Japan. And so yeah, that's, I mean, even actually almost all the games I listed were Japanese developers. So, and that's, well, not Black Myth Wukong, That's a Chinese developer, and that is a AAA game. And Monster Hunter is also a AAA game. So I don't know how far off I am, but a lot of AAA games are in pre-production for years before full development. Is it possible we're finally seeing results of COVID delays? That's a huge factor. That's a huge factor. I do believe that we're seeing that. It's the COVID delays combined with the fact that AAA video games right now take approximately 5 to 7 years to be developed. And sometimes the pre-production extends beyond those 5 to 7 years. You know, like Final Fantasy 16 started pre-production and then the game released in 2023, right? So that's 8 solid years of development that it took for Final Fantasy 16 to come out. And so you would have to imagine that in the case of Final Fantasy, that 17 is at least hopefully in like some type of concept pre-production phase, or that it was like 2 or 3 years ago. Because it probably means that Final Fantasy 17 is like a PS6 game. The cost of graphics, I don't mean like literal cost. I guess I do. But I mean like the opportunity cost, or like the overall risk that comes with having to create these AAA graphics, and how long they take, and how long making AAA games of this scope takes, is ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and we are spending, all this time waiting for these games. Do you think AI could speed up AAA development in the near future? I think AI will eventually speed up AAA development, but there's tons of issues with AI right now that prevent it from doing so. So right now, AI is not really able to generate game-ready assets. The other issue with AI models is the ethics of sourcing an AI model, right? So how do you get that data in there without basically violating a ton of ethical and potentially copyright laws? Because we don't really have any like legal precedent set for how that should work. In the moment that AI does something that infringes on Disney or Nintendo, I think it's really gonna like clamp down on things like Stable Diffusion and all this other stuff. And so I do think that AI, from like what I know, is currently being used in game development in a sense where some game developers are using it for like, they use it to help them come up with ideas for concepts. And so they'll use it for like rough concept art. And then they'll like basically use that and have real artists draw it in a way that gets basically the ideas flowing. I'm kind of okay with that use of AI art, even though the model itself may not be ethically trained. You're still just using it to get ideas, and then allowing like real human beings to actually come in and be able to do it. So there's tons of good ethical uses of AI, and I think we've talked about this before. I do think that AI will help eventually, but right now it's probably not going to help this generation. And before we're able to get AI actually working to help speed up the development of games and have it be ethical at the same time too, we're probably looking at PS6 generation. We're probably looking at next gen. Alana Pierce did like a really wonderful video where she talked about this company that tried to make a game entirely using AI, and they weren't able to do it because AI is not ready yet. I think AI will be able to assist very heavily. In some ways it already does. Hopefully AI can speed up programming. So actually that's one way that AI is already used in like pretty much everything ever, is that programmers have actually been using AI for a very long time. If you look up something called like GitHub Copilot, programmers have been using copilots now probably for, I would say, longer than half of the decade. And those copilots will basically work in your integrated development environment and they will basically write code for you. And let me tell you something. I wish I had a Copilot back when I was experimenting with like making indie games and stuff like that, because you can honestly just comment a piece of code and it'll AI generate the code for you. It's really nice. It really does help speed things up. The thing is that you still need a developer there, because that AI is by no means perfect, and you still need someone who knows what they're doing and prompting and stuff like that. So developers are already using AI for programming, and they have been for years actually, and that's kind of a standard practice for games and stuff like that. That's not super commonly, really, because almost all the developers I know use a Copilot. At least like front end developers I know they do. A lot of like web developers use one. I don't know if a lot of game developers are using one. Maybe not. Maybe game developers aren't really using Copilots in that way, but I would say most other devs are. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth used AI. You were a game developer? I was a computer science major in college, and I still hobbyist program every now and then, just so that I don't lose my skill set. Things like that help with syntax, but not to generate. Yeah. That's what I admit. You're not like generating like. Yeah, I think we have the same understanding, Nick, but maybe not. Maybe I'm not articulating it quite as well. Yeah, it works, but it's kind of janky, right? You're not gonna be like, you're not gonna have like an entire block of code that's just entirely AI generated. Not yet. You'll use it and it'll kind of set up the boilerplate for you, and then once you have that, you'll kind of go in and then you'll do it. Yeah, I do game design, and a lot of my tutors use Copilots. Yeah. They use Copilot, but that's also true of AI art, really, too. Like if you're using AI art raw, it sucks, right? Like if you take an image that came straight out of Stable Diffusion and you use it, it's really not that great of an image most times. The best visuals for like AI generated stuff is like it usually still has a human being photoshopping it and manipulating it and painting over it. That's when it actually turns out good. It turns out really mid though when one day we'll be able to use it for everything. You're right about the boilerplate for sure. Yeah, it's generally the most common use of it, at least in my experience, because it certainly can't code for you. But it might get there one day, because it can do boilerplate stuff really well, which does really help speed up development. But even then, I think some people would argue that even that takes away from jobs, because they're like, oh, well, there would be junior devs there doing the boilerplate code if it wasn't for AI. And then, so yeah, I mean, that's a fair argument. Can we see the Phantom Blade Zero trailer again? Hold on. Let me see if it's been uploaded. It has been. And in 4K, let's do it. Let me pull this back up. Let me shrink myself back down. If I can just...
Left 42 or 41. The face of this is here.
This looks really good.
Don't go up there.
For me, other than Metaphor,
Turn back
is the most exciting.
Before it's too late.
This is the most exciting thing for the show, for me personally, other than Metaphor. The combat is also so fast that I kind of wonder how it's even happening. You know, I'm like, holy crap. SC should really be developing 3 FF games at the same time like they did back in the day with 9, 10, and 11. That way they could release a new FF every 3 to 5 years instead of once a decade. Yeah, I think the schedule that they need, honestly, is a new Final Fantasy every 2 years. I think that's actually the way that you promote growth in the series. It's regular releases, and they're spaced a little bit better than Rebirth and 16 are. So, also too, they got a world tour here, so this is really awesome. I'm excited to cover more of this game. But yeah, I do think that there should be a Final Fantasy game every 2 years or every 2.5 years. And I think that they should have 3 different teams working on it in tandem. The way I would do it is I would have CBU 1 working on a Final Fantasy. I'd have CBU 3 working on a Final Fantasy. And then I would have a third external studio that's actually not part of Square Enix, but they regularly do business with them. I would have them working on a game as well, and then they would rotate around. Bi-yearly would be great, but with far less spin-offs, mainline entries, and remakes only. Yeah, exactly. That's the way I would do it. That's the way I think it should be done. I don't think that most Japanese devs tend to really like the manufacturing of games in that process, like the you know, because it does kind of feel like an assembly line type thing. However, I do think that it has been kind of proven to be effective. Like if you look at something like Assassin's Creed, and God forbid, I'm not saying that Final Fantasy should be Assassin's Creed, but they're pretty frequently in their releases. They're pretty frequent. Sorry, I stumbled over my words like 5 times there. But they don't really have a ton of downtime between. Call of Duty is the same way. That's probably the best way for them to continue to grow. I also think that they really should focus on, aside from getting out the mainline titles faster and having the multi-platform, I really do think that it would be very big for them to just... I think that Re-Trilogy was great, but I think they need to focus on just numbered titles more than anything. That's pretty unrealistic. Assassin's Creed or Call of Duty frequency. It is. It is. I don't think that they'd be able to do that. I don't think they'd want to do that. But I do think it would be very good for numbers if we're just talking about business in a general sense. They would need to stop reinventing the wheel for every entry, though, and build on systems, build on top of 1 or 2 combat systems. Yeah. I think Re-Trilogy's combat system is the most acclaimed combat system that they've had. I don't think that they've had a combat system that has had as much universal praise as the one for Re-Trilogy. I know that some of you may be detractors from it, and some of you may prefer 16's combat, and some of you have criticisms of it. Fair. But for the most part, the broader community of Final Fantasy fans, but also people who picked up Remake for the first time, the response from Remake's combat was generally really good. And not only that, I think that the type of combat that Re-Trilogy has can be repurposed and used in pretty much any classic adaptation of a Squaresoft game, if that makes sense. So, like, you could use, like, something like Re-Trilogy's combat and kind of adapt Chrono Trigger to it. Or an FF6 remake, or anything like that. What I think that also tells me is that it is the kind of modernization that Square has been looking for, right? Where if you come from that sort of Squaresoft side of things, it feels like a continuation of that type of game. And then it also is new and fresh enough that I feel like I can put, my nephew in front of the game and he would think it's cool and interesting. FF7R combat is the best for an FF game since Lightning Returns. I think it's the most ideal, right? If we're going to be an action Final Fantasy game, because normally with all the action Final Fantasy games so far, I think that we've had to sacrifice something about FF combat in order to make it work. If I were to elaborate on what I mean by that, with 15, for example, at launch, it didn't have playable party members. This is also true of 16. So we had to sacrifice that. We had to sacrifice elemental weakness, because in an action game, elemental weakness is kind of cumbersome to deal with. Oftentimes, we've had to very much automate things quite a lot. So, we can't really have the same level of control that you used to. You don't really have spells in the same way that you used to. The spells that do all kinds of different interesting things. I say spells, magic, materia, whatever. You don't have different magic options that do a ton of different interesting things and a ton of different abilities. And you haven't been able to really have accommodate a wide cast of characters in the same way you have in the classic FF games. And I think that Re-Trilogy's combat has answered all of those things in very clever ways, in ways that can be repurposed, in ways that can be built upon. And so I think it would be great. I don't think they should do that. I think people would get burned out of FF like we have in Call of Duty. The reason I think that it wouldn't happen is because Final Fantasy games 1 through 10 were actually released incredibly close together, right? So Final Fantasy 7 came out in 97, and then Final Fantasy 10 came out in 2001, right? And so in 4 years, there were 4 FF games, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So, and that's considered the golden era, right? So I don't think it's necessarily the case that more frequent Final Fantasy releases would burn people out. But also, I think that FF is a hard series to get burnt out on because it just keeps refreshing so much to some degree, right? It's hard to say, for example, that people were burnt out on Final Fantasy going into Rebirth, because how could that even be, right? Because Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth aren't even in the same genre of video game. So I don't know. I do think more frequent releases would be good. I don't think that necessarily that it should release as frequently as Call of Duty or Assassin's Creed. But I do think if they could get a new mainline title every 2.5 years, that would be a really awesome pace for the series, because I think that it probably should not go 4 or 5 years in between each one. I think it probably should be faster than that. People would not get burnt out on FF if they released every 3 years. If it was an annual release, yes, people would probably skip some. Yeah. I think every 2.5 or 3 years would probably be a really good pace, right? I guess you could argue that they're already going at that pace, kind of. 16 coming out almost 2017-ish. And then 3 years from that was Remake. And then 3 years from that was 16. And then Rebirth in 16, kind of. So I guess you could argue that they're already doing a major FF every 3 years. So, yeah. But I guess that's also kind of, too, though, the issue I have with... Not the issue. But the opportunity cost I see with developing Retrilogy was that Retrilogy could have also been, 17, 18, 19. And I do think that maybe developing 3 FF7 games in hindsight wasn't the right idea. But I'm sure, I mean, at the time, it did seem like it, right? Like, FF7 was the golden goose. And why lay 1 egg or 2 eggs when you can lay 3 eggs, right? I don't know. I think if they concentrate on story and make turn-based games, it'd be best for FF's future. I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say that they can't make a good turn-based game that would sell really well. I just think that all the best-selling turn-based games of the past decade or so are not necessarily selling because they're turn-based. They're selling because they have other things that make them sell. Like, I guess the best way to put it is that turn-based doesn't stop people from buying a game, but it's usually not a reason they do. Right? Whereas action combat tends to actively be a reason people do. And it's one of the reasons that you can show a bunch of action-y stuff happening and it sells people, but it's hard to show people turn-based is fun, right? So one of my favorite things on Twitter is people showing combo videos to show you that a game is fun. Right? They'd be like, look, how can this game be bad? Here's a combo video of it. But the problem with that is that not every game's fun can be understood by looking at a gameplay clip of it. A lot of games can't. And in fact, I'd say you really can't understand how good a game isn't or is by looking at the footage of someone else playing it. You essentially have to be playing it yourself, right? But it's very true that the perception of good can be created by footage, right? Like, you can convince someone that it's good with a trailer. That's why they exist. And so it's very hard with turn-based to have the same marketing value with trailers and marketing material in the same way from gameplay, which is why I say that action probably does motivate people to make a purchase, but it's a lot harder to convince people to purchase something specifically because of turn-based combat. But I don't think that switching back to turn-based alone would save the franchise necessarily. I also don't think it would doom the franchise. Like, I don't think that the next Final Fantasy game just wouldn't sell because it's turn-based. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I don't think that the combat systems are really well, I won't say that the combat systems aren't an issue because that's the core gameplay. But I just think that principally action versus turn-based is not the core issue with whether these games are selling or not. Yeah, this is why you have a crazy animated trailer for your new RTS game, because the gameplay footage doesn't sell the fun of the experience to newbies, right? Like, I could show you an incredible turn-based game, and you're not going to know that game's combat is incredible because you watched me play it, right? Similarly, I can show you an action game clip and you will be convinced, because it looks cool. It looks like it's fun on the other side. But even then, I feel like there are some awful action games that you can make some really good combo footage of, and they're still not good. Like Final Fantasy 15, for example. There are combo videos in Final Fantasy 15 that are insane, that will make your head explode They're so good. But there are very few people. You'd have a very tough time finding consensus that Final Fantasy 15's combat was really good. But, you know, if I wanted to ratio someone, I could dig up a Final Fantasy 15 combo clip and be like, oh my god, look at Noctis using using all these warp strikes and stuff. And it extends to marketing too, right? Like, you can make a better trailer of Final Fantasy 15's combat than you could of Final Fantasy 10's. But most people are not going to tell you that 15's combat is better than 10's. So, yeah. Anyways, it's hard to know if a game is actually fun based on how it looks, but Action does a really good job of convincing you that it's fun just from seeing someone who really is skilled at the combat system and knows what they're doing. That's usually enough to be like, oh, hey, this does look kind of fun. I do want to play this. And so that's why Action is so crucial to kind of marketing games now. FF15 looks really fun, but the gameplay is lacking. Yeah, exactly. It's really easy to make FF15 look cool, right? Like, you can press the square button or hold the square button or hold the buttons, and like, it's not, and it looks really cool. But again, you actually play it and it's Final Fantasy 15. So could they go back to turn-based? Yeah. But I think that it has a lot more to do with the scope of the game. I think it has a lot more to do with the styles of the game, the way they market it more than anything. Among Us getting a cartoon series is great. That's great. Final Fantasy 15 having Brotherhood and Kingsglaive, I think those did a lot for the game. A lot more than people would want to attribute to. And I get it because people were burned by those things. Because it's like, oh, it should have been in the game. It should have. But there's no denying that Brotherhood got the message out. Like, I'm willing to bet, let me look it up. Brotherhood, FF15. So episode 1 of Brotherhood has 4.4 million views. Right? And that's just on the Final Fantasy 15 channel. And that's episode 3, which has 1.1 million. And then the final episode has 357K. So those are pretty good numbers. So, yeah, it's not a bad idea. That stuff helps. They updated the FF15 movie with CGI day one. Reviewers didn't see it. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, so I mean, the actual like Insomnia invasion, where you see like the cinematic from Kingsglaive inside of Final Fantasy 15. Yeah, that wasn't in 1.0. I really do suggest that if you have the disc for Final Fantasy 15 and you are incredibly bored on the weekend, to boot up the disc without installing any of the updates and play Final Fantasy 15 1.0 raw and play like the version that critics played. I think you will be very blown away by how how that game is. Even the patch version after that still has a ton of issues, but like they basically patched the entire game in like after that. It is really rough. It is really rough. I remember you can fall off the world map too. I mean, yeah, there's a ton of bugs. And not only is there bugs, like the actual 1.0 version without any of the patches is just straight up incomplete. A lot of cutscenes were straight up patched in the day one patch. They were just not. Midnight Sapphire, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. Appreciate you so much. Midnight is the best. They have thoroughly supported the channel. I appreciate them a crap ton. Thank you so much, Midnight. You are the best. Yeah. Yeah, there was a ton of, and then the patches broke some stuff too. Like, the Ring of the Lucii got made so powerful that you could one-shot Adamantoise, which is actually how I got the trophy for Adamantoise, because I wasn't going to fight Adamantoise. Like, after I finished routine, I was like, there's no way I'm going back to that combat system. And then once they dropped the patch, I went and did it. But it's so funny too, because they knew they broke the ring. And they even showed you being able to kill Adamantoise in the trailer with the ring. And I was just like, why are you showing us killing the hardest boss in the game with the ring? As like an advertisement for the patch update. I was like, that's not what anyone would want. But yeah. I don't know. It's FF's in a rough position. I genuinely don't know what they need to do in order to get it out. I do think multi-platform is good. I do think having a television series would also be a good idea, or an anime, or something that is successful and highly rated in the way that Fallout has been, in the way that The Last of Us has been, in the way that Cyberpunk Edge Runners has been. That would be great. It should not be something that Square Enix does internally. And I'll even go further and say that I don't think that their creatives should be working on it directly. I think that they should be overseeing it. But I don't think that like Nomura should be in like armchair like directing a like FF7 Netflix thing. I think it should actually be independent. And the reason I think it should be is because I think that it should be left to the people that actually know film, and not to try to make it like a companion compilation piece to a game, but rather to make it its own independent thing. So I think there should be like consultants, in the same way that like Oda was like a consultant for like the One Piece live action, deeply involved in it, but he didn't write it and he didn't direct it. But it did make sure that his essence was there. And they left it to the people that knew film stuff and valued his feedback enough. Because my fear with Square doing it internally is that Square will do it as part of a compilation type piece, where it's like, oh, it's a Kingsglaive thing now, or it's a Kingdom Hearts situation where you need to watch this thing in order to get that thing. So, I don't know. Why are we debating 15 versus 16 in the YouTube chat? How did that get started? But I guess if I was to weigh in on that, I like 16's. I think 16's combat is way more enjoyable than 15. Not that that's like a high bar, but yeah, 16's combat is better for sure. I think one thing that 15 may have done better though, for sure, is having like a sense of adventure. Because I actually think that, as dead as 15's map is, so is 16. At least there's like things to find and discover on 15's map. So I can't say that much about 15. I feel like actually, like, aside from Rebirth, level design in FF games has not progressed in any meaningful way. Like, since like FF10 or maybe 12. I would say 12 had good level design, I think. And then I think that they actually took several steps backwards from that ever since. And then I think Rebirth finally got like environments being interesting and having things to do in them correctly, but yeah, I think that like if you look at 13, 15, 16, yeah, environments kind of just didn't have much in them going on. As objectively as far as 15 was, I felt I had a more memorable experience than 16. I can kind of see that. I think that there was like a better variety of things to do in 15 for sure. I think in terms of combat, 16 is a better game. But again, if 15 is the bar, what doesn't, you know? I probably think in hindsight that 13 also has better combat. Yeah, I think that like if I was to like I think that 13 and 16 in particular both share a very similar issue. And I think it's that they lack a diverse amount of things to do in them aside from fight and cutscene. And so I think both of those games have that issue tremendously in terms of their pacing, in terms of what you can do with side quests and all those other things. And so I do hope that the future FF games that come out will lean out of that a little bit, because the whole, and I also think too that's like why the hallway thing becomes such a big deal with those sorts of games, because it really does feel like a lot of times that you're kind of limited in not just like what you can do, but also just in like how often you do other things than fight and watch a cutscene, right? Like what is the RPG game necessarily that you're actually engaging with, right? And it could be gross systems, it could be mini games, it could be other stuff like that. And so it's not even just necessarily mini games, but it's just how else can I engage in this game that isn't just fighting and cutscene. And I really think that's kind of the issue I have with 13 and 16. And I don't really think either one is necessarily better in that instance. Maybe 16 slightly not as bad, because at least it has proper side quests with stories. 13 doesn't have. But yeah. 16 was a good starting point, but they need to iterate in the game design. If this is the new direction, better world map, multiple characters, more RPG elements, etc. Well, the issue I have with that, because at first I was like, oh, they should iterate on 16's design. But actually, as I thought about it, there's almost no way to iterate on it without completely redoing it. Because it doesn't have room for RPG elements in it, the current design. So they would actually have to completely redo it. Like, yeah, like I don't think there is a way to like really fit it in with how it's currently built. Like with the current system, there isn't a good way to fit in like elemental weakness. I don't think it's possible. Maybe if you could have like some better ability, some better upgrades, more diverse upgrades, I think that would work. but also too because of the way the icon system works and the way the itemization works. There's no way to actually, there's it's hard to make gear matter because the itemization in 16's game design, you'd have to fundamentally change combat quite a bit in order to make it matter, because the way the current system is set up, you'd have to really, really redo things. Zach, oh my god, dude, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. I appreciate it, dude. Holy crap, you're the best, man. Thank you guys for really showing up and supporting, because, you know, Summer Games Fest itself was you can have the same combat system, but actual multiple playable characters. There's plenty to go off of. What do you mean? Well, then you wouldn't need the iconic style system. What is itemization? Well, there's 3 items in Final Fantasy 16. You know, so it's basically how you break down the functionality of things into items. That's what itemization is. And there's only 3 items in the game in terms of like usable items outside of crafting items. And so like I said, I don't think that there is like a lot to go off of as much as people think. Like, let me backtrack that a little bit. I don't think that there's a lot to go off of in terms of turning the combat of 16 into an RPG heavy game. You can make a better hack and slash, a better Devil May Cry like, but I don't think you can just implement a couple of RPG things into like 16's current combat. You would have to make a new combat system. Or by the time that you finish implementing those RPG elements, I think you would have a new combat system. Just spread the icons between different characters. That kind of is like the start of a new combat system. That's kind of the start of a new gameplay system right there. Is like when you spread the icons between the different characters, right? And because just that change alone, do you do like Final Fantasy VII Remake where you switch the character and then the camera goes out and pans to the other character? Because then you have a situation where you're not able to combo, right? So if one character is Garuda and the other one is like Odin or whatever, I don't know, and you're comboing those two together, if one's over here fighting this enemy and one's over there fighting that enemy, you wouldn't be able to combo Garuda into Odin, for example. That wouldn't work anymore, right? Like if it was like 7 Remake. The other option would be that you'd have to have a character essentially warp to the other character where you're positioned. So there's only like one persistent location. I think Type 0 does character switching this way, where there's only one persistent location where the character is and where you are as the main character. And then when you switch characters, the other character would have to warp in and then switch to the other, switch to their skill set really fast and then continuing comboing. So just spreading the icons out between different characters would actually result in like the beginning of a fundamentally different combat system. Just doing that one small change, which is what I mean about, I know it's easy to imagine in our heads when we think about it, but once you start practically implementing that stuff and you actually map it out, you realize just how vastly different the combat balancing starts to get. And by the end of it, you'd have a pretty different battle system, I think. Because again, like for example, if you had more itemization, for example, then you'd have to change how items work in battle, which means that you'd have to change how you use items in battle, and then you'd have to change the efficiency of those items and all sorts of other things, right? I think 16's battle system was made specifically for 16. I don't think it's reusable in the same way Retrilogies would be. Like, you could take Retrilogy's fundamental elements and you can apply that to a new system. I don't think that it's possible to take 16's and do that same thing. I think it was very specifically made for that game. Which is not to say that it's not an argument that it's good or bad. I just think that it was ultimately, it is like glass slipper made for that specific story and that world and that type of gameplay. I'm thinking 17 most likely won't build upon 16 system. It feels like SE will go in a new direction and try. They probably will. It'll probably be something completely unrelated. It probably will. And I'm fine with that because it, I wasn't really the biggest fan of that game's combat system. I don't think it's necessarily bad per se. I just don't think it's an RPG battle system, and I think it did get monotonous at times. Do you think FS17 should be set in a post-apocalyptic world? It can be, but I think that for me, if I was, getting my wish, it would definitely be, some period in Japan, in Japanese history, like a fantasy version of that. I'm just on the hopium they won't keep restarting from the ground up so we can get better games faster. No. Yeah, I agree. I agree 100% with you. Kick it smooth, like 1,000%. But I think the way for them to do that is to build off Retrilogy's combat, because I just think that whenever I did a poll not too long ago to see how people were feeling on it, and the results of the poll made it pretty clear to me, like how people felt. Let me see if I can pull that up really quickly. If I can find it. So I mean, people did really want the action turn-based hybrid to return. So I do think that's probably the way for them to go. Yeah, I mean, and again, it's not, I suppose that if you're really into, I know people who are into hack and slash who do love it. But yeah, it didn't work for me personally, guys. And a big part of that was that it's not RPG gameplay. And I think that everyone says that, if you could just take it and RPGify that system, it'd be good. But I don't think you can RPGify it when I look at it. Like, it would just be a different system. Like, if you add different playable characters to it, then it'll probably be really different. Yeah, I don't think that RPGifying that system is like it would basically be a new battle system if you did that. It wouldn't play like the way the current one does. Like even just adding elemental weaknesses, like the way you unlock the icons, you wouldn't use icons for sure. So, and the next game, I assume, wouldn't have like an iconic style system to it, right? So you wouldn't be you wouldn't be using icons anyway. So just not having icons alone would mean that you can't really reuse that. I think what I think people ultimately mean though is that they like the feel and the snappiness of controlling Clive, which I agree with, right? Like that aspect of it feels better than say controlling Cloud. But I think that reusing 16's combat as it was, like, I don't know. It's so fitted for the game and its lore that I don't think it can be. The way you're intended to swap icons too while in cooldown, you're not incentivized to stick to one element icon and right. Exactly, right? You're not supposed to stay with one icon the whole time, right? Which is one of the big reasons that elemental weaknesses don't exist. And so if you had an enemy that was weak against wind, for example, then the game would almost be telling you a conflicting message where it would be like, stick with Garuda, but then it'd also be telling you you're supposed to be switching now because your cooldowns are up. And the only way that would make sense to do that would be to have like an MP system instead of a cooldown system. Okay? Well, again, that already fundamentally changes the nature of combat because you'd be going from MP to cooldowns. And that wouldn't work. Not in the current system. That would fundamentally break it, right? But then if you add character swapping to it to try to balance that out and have different MP pools and different characters representing icons, you wouldn't be able to combo, right? Like you wouldn't be able to combo in the same way because every character would have to have their own combos. Their own unique combos that would have to be mapped to each element in order for the elemental weaknesses to work. And also and then once you have different characters, the way the item pool works won't work anymore unless you have a shared health bar. But that would almost immediately become unbalanced. And so you'd have to radically change the itemization. Anyway, as you can see, this very quickly becomes a very different game. Maybe hitting weaknesses makes your cooldowns faster. That would be a good idea. I actually think that would have been fun in the actual game too. Yeah, I think that's also what people mean too when they say they want to see like a halfway point between remake trilogy and 16. What they really mean is that they want ATB, but they want Cloud to be as snappy as Clive, right? They want the precision dodges and to be able to cancel out of attacks and things like that. But then they also, at the end of the day, still want to open the command menu and do the action game stuff. Right? Because I don't think there is a middle ground between those two games, aside from that meaning. Because their game design is fundamentally opposed. Like, the two games, like, if you actually look at their game design, they are the antithesis of each other in terms of action game design. I don't think it's necessarily reusing 16's combat, but using the foundation of it, a Devil May Cry type combat. But even then, I don't see how they would add RPG elements. Devil May Cry type combat doesn't really doesn't really work with RPG elements because Devil May Cry and hack and slash games aren't RPGs. They emphasize strongly technical skill over leveling up and other things like that. Zach, I appreciate it. Have fun with 15 1.0. Yeah, so I think those this is the reason that Soulsborne games tend to be hybrided with I mean, Soulsborne games are RPGs. But that's it though, right? Is that Soulsborne games are better built around RPG systems as action games than like hack and slash games. Because hack and slash very much is kind of counterintuitive to what RPGs are about, because they tend to be a lot more skill based. Whereas Souls likes are difficult enough to the point of where the RPG elements enhance the game because the difficulty will feel overwhelming enough for a normal player. Yeah, so I don't think you can mix them, because I think they want different things from you. You know, like whereas like Re-Trilogy's combat wants you to pick the right attack to use on an enemy to target its weaknesses, to target the enemy's design and play into it. You know, 16's combat is very much about doing what you want that looks and feels stylish. And stylishness is not really a huge point of Re-Trilogy combat. You can make it look stylish, certainly, but it's not the main aspect of Re-Trilogy combat. Pure action games are closer to playing red light, green light, while RPG systems are closer to playing something like chess, right? Where one is about decision making and the other one is kind of about reflexes, right? And the idea is that an action RPG is this middle ground between being reflex based and being about your decisions, about your choices that you're making in combat, right? And so Re-Trilogy is actually a really good, no pun intended, synergy of those two ideas, where you are also, you know, you're doing those reflex based moves, but at the end of the day, the thing that ultimately really matters is that you are performing the RPG systems correctly, and that's what kind of changes the tide of battle. Yeah, I'm not saying that FF should be a Soulsborne game, by the way. I'm just saying that, like, for example, a type of combat system that works with a heavy RPG mechanics, and that ultimately hack and slash games, like, you tend to can't, I won't say that you can't, but they tend to not be hybrided together as much for that reason, right? There's not too many games that you play that will play like Bayonetta, but also be like an RPG. And that's because RPG mechanics would weigh down a game like Bayonetta most times. But they do synergize well with something like a Soulsborne, but not saying that FF itself should be a Soulsborne. There's also other action systems too that lend well to it, but yeah. I think that they'd have to really kind of heavily redesign 16 combat if they would want to RPGify it heavy. But changing the itemization would probably help. I think that if weapons had like weapon abilities, that would have helped that game a lot too. Because at least then I would have had to, like, you know, I would have had to be a little bit more strategic about choosing a weapon ability, but Monster Hunter is a pretty good hybrid of the two systems. Need to have good reflexes, but also good gear, consider enemy weaknesses and strategy. Yeah. In terms of itemization, equipment like that thing that changed your dodge was what I expected to be the RPG aspect, but that was, yeah. That would have been cool. And then some of the DLC accessories, right? There was a DLC accessory that allowed you to triple jump. And I'm like, that should have been like a cool ability on the skill tree or something like that. Actually, having a skill tree in general would have been cool. And I don't mean just like, putting your points into like skills. I mean like having like a plus 25 HP or like I don't know. That type of stuff would have been cool. I think not having it was, probably not the best. Okay, I think that is going to end the stream for today. I will see you guys all. I don't know if I'll do the Xbox conference. We'll see. Everything seems so mid. But yeah, thank you guys so much. And I'll see you all pretty soon. We'll do another stream next week. I'm trying to get back to streaming again weekly. And it's been working so far. So at least once a week, twice a week is the goal. We'll be streaming. So look forward to more streams.